Today marks 4 years since the apparitions occurred along with the Armageddon that threatened to end our world. All the superhumans of the Federal Republic of America came together today to pay homage to those who lost their lives to the Great Destruction, as well as to celebrate the great act of the one man who risked everything and gave his life to give the superhumans a chance to regroup and win against the Anima invaders. As we remember the great deeds of King and celebrate his life and the lives of all those that perished, we swear that we will never forget the sacrifices made to get us to this point today. There have been great challenges in our path, and I know that there will be even more challenges waiting for us in the future, but I know that if we all come together, there is nothing that can stop us. Mark. What are you doing out here? You're late for class. I told you the teacher would be mad at me if I let you stay out again and you still ran away. How can you be this cruel? Do you want me to come here and drag you to class every time? I have things to do too. A young female voice rang out through the hallway in exasperation as a beautiful girl with large breasts and wide round hips rounded the corner of the hallway. She had blonde hair tied in a ponytail and sharp black eyes. There was a small scar on her left cheek that ran all the way down to her neck, but that scar took nothing away from her beauty. In fact, it only added to the beauty, making her look more dangerous and exotic. She was wearing the uniform of Nature Academy, a black skirt and shirt that hugged her body tightly and made her assets stand out modestly, along with a black jacket with the school logo on it. The girl's name was Erit, and she was the class president of Class 2A. She was an honor student who had many admirers in the school, and there wasn't a single boy in the school who didn't want to be with her. But she didn't care about all of that because most times, she was more focused on trying not to kill her only real friend. Erit had a glower on her face as she stopped in front of a boy sitting on the ground at the end of the hallway. This area was hidden from the rest of the school, and no one used it to move to their classes anymore, so it was the perfect place to hide away. Erit regretted the day Mark found this spot with all her heart. Ever since then, he had done nothing but come here and hide whenever they were supposed to have class, and she was always sent to get him because she was the only one he would listen to. He was so annoying. Yawn. Mark yawned loudly and stretched his hand above his head tiredly before he finally turned to look at Erit. Mark was a handsome boy with black hair and eyes. His hair was short, and it only came down to frame the side of his face slightly. He was wearing the Nature Academy uniform as well, but he didn't have a jacket on, and his tie was loose around his neck, making him look more like a hooligan than a student. He smiled once he saw Erit and waved. Hey, Erit. You look beautiful as always. I really love what you've done with your hair, it looks different from this morning. I thought you would take a bit longer to come get me this time, but I guess you aren't my best friend for nothing. You always know exactly where I am. Erit blushed crimson once she heard Mark call her beautiful, and she immediately grit her teeth and forced her blush to go back down. She couldn't allow this bastard to throw her off like that. He was always doing this. Mark would run away from class, and he would make her come here to find him. It would have been better if he was at least trying to improve his ranking in school, but his grades were not that great either. He was doing above average in the school, but it was far lower than Erit knew he could do. You're not going to talk your way out of this one, you hear me? This is the 3rd time this week that you're making me come here. What do you have to say for yourself? I want a lap pillow. Be serious. Erit's blush deepened again once Mark said this, and she stomped her foot on the ground in anger. Erit's head was starting to turn very red, and Mark now knew that it was getting too much. He should get serious and stop teasing her already. Mark just sighed as he heard her shout at him again. He was actually serious about the lap pillow, but she would only keep shouting at him unless he stood up and went with her. What man wouldn't want a lap pillow from a woman like her? Mark stood up, and he slowly placed his phone back in his pocket. As he did this, Mark could see the shadowed look that crossed Erit's face once she saw the content of what he was watching. The video that was playing was the annual memorial held in remembrance of the lives that were lost during the Armageddon class attack 4 years ago. 4 years ago, monsters called Anima suddenly began to show up all over the world. No one knows how they came to be, and no one is sure what exactly they were. All people knew was that Anima only had one purpose in life. That was to kill as many humans as they could. The Anima were dangerous creatures that were animal-human hybrid in nature. They defied all laws of biology and physics, and their appearances were grotesque and twisted. They had immeasurable power, and they were invulnerable to any attacks below the force of a military tank. Even military tanks were not able to really harm them. The only things that the military tanks could do were to injure the Anima, but to really kill them, you would need far more firepower. Everyone in the world thought that this would be the end for them. What could humans do against creatures that were strong enough to shrug off a military tank and could just walk through rains of bullets and grenades? It was impossible for humans to think of fighting back. But that was when the first superhuman emerged. To this day, people still do not know what the first superhuman looked like. All they knew was that he was the one who gave them a fighting chance when they thought all hope was lost. He allowed them to raise their heads defiantly and fight back against the monsters that threatened to take everything from them. This superhuman was given the name King. He was a symbol of hope, and everyone in the world had great respect for him. After this superhuman came out into the open, many other superhumans also began to appear. These superhumans all had something called a blessing. It was this blessing that allowed the superhumans to use great power beyond what humans could even imagine. The blessing granted all superhuman strength in different magnitudes. Some superhumans were strong enough to destroy entire buildings in just one punch, while other superhumans were only strong enough to carry cars or move large rocks. But all superhumans with the blessing were far stronger than humans. The fight between King and the strongest Anima that attacked them during the Armageddon lasted for 2 days and 3 nights, and it ended up destroying 1/3 of the North American continent. But finally, after fighting for so long, the two monstrous behemoths destroyed each other, cancelling out their power in equal measure. The fight was so intense that it shifted the entire North American continent closer to the South American continent. The two continents were now so close that they no longer called themselves North and South America, instead, they were simply the Federal Republic of America. After King killed the Armageddon Class Anima that was attacking Earth, the remaining superhumans were able to take care of the stranglers, and this allowed Earth to move into a new era where superhumans protected the citizens from the dangerous Anima. Mark has always had respect for the superhumans and all that they do for the world, but Erit did not feel the same way. Erit didn't hate superhumans, she just disliked everything about them. Mark has always been curious about what exactly caused Erit to have this much aggression towards the superhumans, and when he asked her, it finally made sense to him in some way. Erit and her parents were victims of an Anima attack 3 years ago. Erit and her parents went to a convention where the president of her father's company was giving a talk about a new branch that would be opening soon and trying to congratulate all his workers on their new achievement, but there was an Anima attack during the convention, and almost everyone there was killed by the monster. When the superhumans arrived and finally killed the monster, rather than trying to take care of everyone properly, they prioritized the president and other important members of the company who were rich. Erit was lying under a pile of rubble, and her parents' broken and torn bodies were right beside her, but no matter how much she cried, the superhumans would not listen, and they continued to take care of the rich. By the time Erit and her parents were taken out, her mother had already died, and her father was in critical condition as he was rushed to the hospital. Thankfully, Erit only suffered a few broken bones, and the only scar she had was the one on her cheek. In a way, she was lucky to be crushed under that rubble because it prevented the monsters from seeing her. But ever since that day, Erit has disliked superhumans and what they stand for. They were all money grabbers who only cared about their hierarchy. They called themselves heroes, but she believed that there was nothing heroic about them other than their strength. "You're watching that memorial?" Erit said this while looking out the window at the side of the hallway to prevent Mark from seeing the irritated expression on her face. Mark shrugged at her words, and Erit asked him if they showed that statue of King again. Erit might not like superhumans, but the only exception to this was King. She had more respect for King than for anyone else in her life because of what he did to help everyone years ago. There was even a large statue of King erected in the center of the city where the inauguration was taking place, and Erit would always go to look at the statue whenever she was passing near there. They didn't show the statue yet. I think they're making some repairs to it after that large fight that happened close to it last time. The arms broke off, so they had to put it back on. Mark gave Erit the information she wanted, and she nodded just once before she suddenly reverted to what they had been talking about. Let's go to class. The teacher is going to punish you again because you're late, so don't you dare try to run away. This is the last time I'm going to come and find you. The next time something like this happens, I'll leave you to fail. Erit shouted this in anger as she started to walk towards the class. She completely overlooked what Mark was watching because she knew that she couldn't be angry at him for watching it. He liked superhumans, and she wouldn't force him to hate them just because she didn't like them. That wasn't what a friend did. Mark placed his hands in his pocket and followed after his friend with a smile on his face. Even though she said that she would never come to look for him again, Mark knew that this was a lie. She was the sort of person that cared for her friends more than anything. She would come and look for him every time because she cared about him just as much as he cared about her. Ring. 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 Mark stopped in his tracks as he heard his phone ringing. He picked up and raised his hand placatingly as he saw Erit looking back at him with a heavy glare. This is important. He couldn't just leave this call. The person on the other end of the call was Mark's other friend, Pat. Mark has known Pat for even longer than he has known Erit. They were in kindergarten together, and they would have gone to the same primary school, but Pat managed to leave kindergarten faster than all the other students because of how intelligent he was. He finished compulsory education in only 2 years, and right now, he is a college student studying cosmology and astronomy at a popular university in the city. But even with all these achievements, Mark and Pat have remained as friends all this while, and there was never any jealousy or irrational hatred. Mark just understood that his friend was smarter than almost anyone else in the world, and that was okay. What are you doing? No, that doesn't matter, I've tracked your location. There's an anima attack happening close to you right now. The closest responders are almost an hour away. That would only end badly. Can you make it? The voice on the other end of the call came out in a rushed and haughty manner, almost like the person was looking down on everything in the world because of how much better he was than them. But Mark didn't let that faze him as he frowned and looked out the window in the direction that Pat pointed out. I'm with Erit. I think she wants to kill me with the look she's giving me right now, so you better hurry. How many are there? Mark said this while taking a single step away from Erit as she folded her hands and started to tap her foot on the ground in annoyance while waiting for him to finish his call. Erit was obviously pissed that he was making them even later for class, but she knew that she couldn't drag him with her even if she wanted to. She tried to drag him once and she almost ended up breaking her hand from how heavy he was. It felt like she was trying to push a slab of rock around with her. So instead of dragging him, she would just give him another talking to when he finishes the call. I can't believe you still haven't told her you're a superhuman. You and your wife should stop your disgusting flirting, and you should just tell her. In fact, forget that, you normies can just go die for all I care. The spot is 2 kilometers north of your school. There should be a large billboard close to that area so you can use that as a guide, so just, hold on. Pats couldn't keep his irritation at Mark and Erit's interactions out of his tone. He hated how easy it was for the two of them to act like a married couple while still not being together. Pat has never had a girlfriend in his life. He always stated that his reason for not having a girlfriend was because none of the girls he knew were capable of keeping up with him mentally, but Mark always teased him that he was just afraid of girls. Pat cursed Mark every time Mark said this. The bastard had no right to talk because he already had Erit. Mark should first try talking to other girl and see how hard it is. Pat stopped talking as he looked down at the laptop that was on his lap. Pat was sitting on a large chair with his legs drawn up, and he had a juice box in one hand as he typed away expertly on his laptop with his other hand. There was an almost permanent look of boredom on his face as he easily tapped into the CCTV cameras in the streets of the city. There was a prompt that came up on his screen, showing a warning of a firewall that protected the citywide grid from intruders, and Pat scoffed. Do they think something this flimsy can keep him out? They probably gave this to some 60-year-old washed-up programmer who made it in 2 days. It was so bad. Pat broke through the firewall like it was wet tissue paper and redirected the feed of the camera to his large 500-inch TV that took up the entire wall in front of him. Flash. He saw a blur flash across the screen as it headed in the direction that he just pointed out to Mark. Pat immediately narrowed his eyes in shock. Who in the world is that? Pat wondered who it was as he froze the screen on the frame that had the blur. He zoomed into the frame by 100 times and frowned as he saw that the blur was still not very clear. He pixelated the screen and then used a program to clean out the residue that was silhouetted out of the image. After doing this, the image became clear enough for him to see the face of the person. Once he saw who it was, Pat dropped his juice box in shock. It was a beautiful woman who had long blonde hair tied into a ponytail behind her. She was wearing a sleeveless black singlet and black cargo pants, and she had a long katana strapped to her waist. This was one of the most popular superhumans in the entire world. Her name was Matilda Linesworth, but her fans and other people online only referred to her as Tilda. Tilda is one of only 3 A-class female superhumans in the Federal Republic of America, and she was given the title Yellow Phantom because of how fast she could move. What in the world is she doing in a place like this? Her base of operations was in an entirely different city, and the only time she came down to City A was when she was receiving an award from the mayor for helping in a large subjugation. Pat was very curious about what Tilda was doing here, but that wasn't immediately important. He filed it away in a compartment in his brain, and he promised himself that he would look into it when he got more time. Pat spoke to Mark again with that same bored tone. There's no need for Mark to bother going anymore. You can forget it. Someone managed to make it. You don't need to bother about it for now, but I think you should be careful in the meantime. Something seems off about this whole situation. There shouldn't be any issues with taking care of the monster since she's pretty strong. Just in case, though, stand by and try to answer whenever I call. Don't let your disgusting libido keep you away from your phone. Pat didn't even wait for Mark to say anything in response, and he just cut the phone. Mark blinked down at his phone in slight surprise. He wasn't surprised that Pat acted the way he did, that was normal. Instead, Mark was surprised that there was someone who came to answer the emergency that quickly. They usually take at least 30 minutes because of how far the school is from the nearest superhuman base. But they were able to make it in only 3 minutes. Mark was sure that only an A rank or above would be able to cover that distance in such a short time. There weren't any superhumans with such a high rank available right now since they were all out on a mission, and that was why Mark was certain that there wouldn't be any responders to the attack. But then, if none of them are available, who was the responder? Mark was curious about this, but he decided to just let it be. Since Pat said it would be fine, then Mark was sure it would be fine. Pat was someone who always took everything into account, and he never left any stone unturned when trying to uncover something. If this was going to be a problem, then Pat would have let him know. Hey, what is it? You look strange. Did something happen on the phone? Don't tell me you have to leave again because I'll never forgive you. Erit spoke up as she saw the worried look on Mark's face. She first spoke in a worried tone because she thought that something bad might have happened, and she didn't want Mark to be in any trouble. But once she saw him smile at her in that mischievous way that he always did, she immediately lost all her worry, and she just became annoyed as she shouted at him. He was just too infuriating. Mark moved quickly and grabbed Erit by the waist before pressing her against the wall and smiling down at her. Erit almost felt her heart burst out of her chest once he did this, and she felt her whole face growing hotter as she looked up at him. Mark smiled at her, and Erit suddenly felt like her shirt was too tight. She looked away in embarrassment as Mark's eyes trailed down her body, and she felt like he was eating her with his eyes. You'll never forgive me. I don't think I can agree to that. What would I do without you? Get off me, you bastard. Erit placed her hand against his chest and struggled to push him back in anger. Mark just laughed as he took a step back and gave her some space. Erit's heart was beating a mile a minute, and she had to put her hand to her chest and take deep breaths to stop it. She hates it when Mark teases her like this and then just laughs about it. There was no doubt that she thought Mark was handsome, and Erit knew that he thought she was beautiful too. They were both attracted to each other, and that was fine. But Erit would never enter a relationship just because of something as shallow as ordinary physical attraction. Erit didn't know how Mark really felt about her because he was always laughing after doing things like this. He would tease her and pin her against the wall, but then he would just laugh it off like it was nothing. That was not the sort of relationship that she wanted with someone. She couldn't allow someone to play around with her heart like that. Sorry. I got ahead of myself there. You're just too tempting. Mark said this with a kind grin on his face, but his voice was intense and deep, and it made Erit's body tremble. Erit felt great anger fill her as she thought about smacking Mark immediately. This bastard deserved a good beating for the nonsense he always pulled. But she didn't bother doing anything, and she just turned and started to walk back to class. Mark was surprised by her silence, and he wondered if she was really angry this time. He didn't intend to make her this angry. He just couldn't help himself from touching her. Mark was also a superhuman, but unlike other superhumans who came out publicly with their powers and gained publicity and fame after joining a guild, Mark wasn't interested in any of that. He was someone who just fought the good fight every now and then, but he didn't care about money or fame. If there was ever any danger in his surroundings, he wouldn't hesitate to help, but he was not the sort who would want to announce himself to the world. That was the reason why Mark was able to remain anonymous even after fighting against numerous anima for the past 2 years. The news crew and reporters always arrived at the scene of his crime minutes after he leaves, and they would only see the dead body of the anima that he killed. And on the rare occasion when they managed to get a glimpse of him, he was always wearing a mask to cover his lower face. This elusive act has led people to start calling him Ghost online as a sort of superhero name. Mark didn't really care, and if not for Pat telling him about it, he would never have known. Mark loved Erit, there was no doubt, but he also knew that being together with her would only make her worried about him whenever he went to fight. It would be impossible for them to be in a relationship unless he tells her about his powers. If they were dating, then it would only be a matter of time before she found out. Mark needed freedom of movement to be able to go and fight whenever he wanted to, and he didn't think Erit would understand that. He couldn't bring her into the world of superhumans when he knew that she didn't like superhumans. Hey, what are you doing over there? Are you trying to make me even angrier by staying back? Come on already. The teacher said I should bring you back with me, so you better not make things harder than they need to be. Erit suddenly shouted at Mark from down the hallway, and Mark could only chuckle as he jogged after her with a smile on his face. He shouted loud enough for Erit to hear him as he spread his hands wide to grab her. Come on, just give me a lap pillow. I promise to be gentle. Just shut up and die. Erit shouted in anger as she ran away from Mark before he could get her. Tilda raced through the containers located at the docks at an unbelievable speed. She could already smell the unmistakable scent of blood in the air, and the screams of the people running away from the docks were getting louder the closer she got. Tilda was in City A trying to meet with a friend that she hadn't seen in more than 3 years, but she didn't think that she would suddenly get a ping from her phone that there was an anima attack so close to her location. There were no responders close by, and Tilda knew that it would take some time before the ones further away could get there, so she had to abandon the friend that she planned to meet, and she decided to come here instead. Tilda cursed as she remembered that she also needed to file a report for this attack later. The report would take so fucking long, and no one wanted to do it. If Tilda was a worse person, she would have abandoned all the citizens just so she wouldn't have to write that damn report. Crack. As Tilda reached the port, she screeched to a halt as her feet left long cracks against the ground, and she was shocked to see a monster 3 times as tall as her slamming its large hands into one of the containers, denting it and making it cave in on itself. The monster then grabbed the container and threw it into a ship that was docked at the harbor with immense strength. Boom! The container crumpled into a twisted shape as it slammed against the wall of the ship, and the ship began to rock back and forth on the water as it tried to gain back its balance. Run away from there. Wait. There's still someone in there. They'll die. You'll die if you don't get out of there right now. Let's go. Arg. Wait for me. Help. People were screaming and running away from the monster as they tried their hardest not to get hit by the giant containers that were being tossed around. Tilda waited for just 2 seconds so she could properly assess the situation before she quickly burst into action. Tilda dashed at the giant monster at a slower pace and tried to get its attention. The monster looked like a hybrid of a man, a gorilla, and a fish. It had large hairy arms and feet, but its head was fish-like with giant eyeballs that were staring down at Tilda without even blinking once. Once Tilda got its attention, she raced past the port and tried to get it to follow her. Tilda knew that fighting in this area with all these people here would only cause more damage. Tilda was strong, and she knew that this monster would not be a challenge for her to kill on her own. She was an A ranker, and the monster only looked like a disaster-class beast. There was no need for her to call for reinforcements. Slam! 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 Roar! The beast roared in anger as it slammed its way past multiple containers to try and get to Tilda, but no matter how fast it moved, it just couldn't get her. Even though she was barely moving at her top speed, she was just too fast for it to catch. Once Tilda saw that the monster was far enough from the citizens, she stopped luring it away and quickly turned around. Fwoom! Shink! The beast didn't even know what happened because at one moment it was trying to slam its way through some containers to get to Tilda, but at the next moment, its arm was missing. The beast screamed in pain as it slammed its body against one of the containers and fell to the ground. The beast couldn't understand what just happened, and it looked around to see where Tilda managed to attack it from. Tilda was standing on top of the opposite container with the beast's hand in one of her hands. Her sword was dripping red blood, and she had a vicious grin on her face as she raised her hand up mockingly. "Are you looking for something, you fat fuck?" Roar! The monster roared in anger as it saw Tilda with its arm. How dare this human mock it? There was no way it would allow her to live. The beast knew that this is not what it was supposed to be doing here. Its mission was to find the boy and bring him back to the leader, but the monster couldn't forgive this woman for what she did. It would first kill this woman, and then it would go and get the boy. The monster could only think in its own way as it charged straight for Tilda again. There was nothing else on its mind other than the thought of killing Tilda. The monster just couldn't understand that Tilda planned all of this from the very start. Tilda knew that mocking the beast would only make it angrier and that way it would make more mistakes, and she would be able to kill it easily. Tilda dashed straight for the beast again, and her sword gleamed in the sunlight as she leaped over the beast's strike. She slammed her feet into the ground and jumped high enough to slam her feet into the beast's face. Crunch! The ugly face of the beast turned even uglier as blood flew everywhere from Tilda's hit. Tilda didn't allow the disgusting sight to stop her, and she immediately turned around and used the heel of her boot to hit the beast on top of its head. Slam! The beast roared in pain as Tilda's boot left a deep gash on its face, but the pain wasn't enough to make it fall. Tilda's eyes widened as the monster grabbed her by the ankle and threw her against one of the containers. Slam! 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 Tilda slammed through almost 10 containers consecutively, but she managed to right herself just at the right moment as she heard a loud roar from right above her. She looked up in shock, and she saw the monster with its arm raised as it came down on her. Boom! The monster slammed its fist into the ground, destroying the concrete floor for almost 200 meters in all directions. The monster raised its hand up for another hit. It was shocked as it didn't see Tilda's torn and broken form under its hand. Where did she go? Stab! Roar! The monster immediately roared in pain as a sword was stabbed through its right ear and into its head. The monster grabbed onto Tilda and threw her to the ground before holding its ear in pain and stumbling to the side as it lost its balance. Tilda's back slammed into the ground, creating a deep crack that tore into the ground, but she was able to simply get up and roll her shoulders as she didn't feel much pain from the hit at all. The monster was in too much pain to think about really hurting her, so its throw was weak. The monster noticed Tilda walking towards it with her sword held beside her, and it knew that it was going to die there. At this moment of clarity, it suddenly realized that it had made a big mistake by choosing to fight. This isn't what it was supposed to be doing right now. It was supposed to be looking for the boy and sending a message back to the leader. Tum. The monster immediately sent out a large-scale pulse from its gills in a last-ditch effort to try and finish its mission before it died. If it died here, then there would be no point in its life. But if it completed the mission first, then everything would change. The large pulse surprised Tilda, and she immediately put her hand up to her ear as she anticipated a sonic attack of sorts. But she was surprised when nothing happened to her. She brought her hand down and looked at the monster that had essentially given up as it was resting its back against the containers. There was blood leaking from its ear, and whenever it tried to get to its feet, it would stumble and fall back since it didn't have any balance. Tilda could tell that she had won this battle. The monster was screwed. Tilda moved in to finally finish the monster so she could go and complete the meeting that she came to City A for, but she was shocked when the monster suddenly sat up straighter. Tilda couldn't really explain why, but she could tell that there was an excited look on the monster's face, and she was creeped out by it immediately. What in the world could make a monster look like that? He is here. The boy is here. The monster's entire body was vibrating in excitement as it repeated this phrase inside its head over and over again. It could sense the boy here and their search was not in vain. It had to get this information to the leader. The monster looked towards Tilda, and it knew that Tilda would not let it escape from here, so it had to come up with another means of getting the information away to the leader. Its body started to vibrate, and Tilda charged forward immediately. She noticed that it was becoming bloated and fat. Tilda didn't know what was happening, but she knew that she couldn't allow the monster to do whatever it wanted to do. There was probably something she was missing here, and she would try to think about it later, but for now, she had to kill this monster no matter what. Whoa! Tum! The monster released a large shout as its body continued to enlarge until a strange creature shot out from its back with a strange sound like a water cannon. The creature shot straight towards the sea, and before Tilda could even think about killing the creature, it had already entered the sea and swam away from them. Tilda could only watch in slight fear as the creature shot through the water like a torpedo, going towards an unknown place. Tilda couldn't even run that fast if she tried to, so she knew there was no chance of catching the creature. Where was it going, and what was it trying to do? Tilda looked down at the monster on the ground to see that it had a bloody smile on its face as it simply sat on the floor, waiting for death. It looked like it had accomplished its one goal, and there was nothing more it needed to do in life. There was no need to leave it alive, so Tilda just put it out of its misery. She flicked her sword to the side after she was done and looked out into the ocean curiously, wondering what the hell was happening. Ring! 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 Tilda's phone began to ring, and she picked it up once she recognized the caller ID. The person on the other end of the phone was her handler from the Phoenix Guild that she worked under. She was an E-rank superhuman in charge of handling the papers and press conferences that Tilda had to do. Her name was Riri. Tilda. I heard you went to go and fight against a monster. What were you thinking? You're in another city, and the paperwork is going to be crazy. They might even make up a signed affidavit because of you. You should have called for help from someone who was in the area. Tilda put her phone away from her ear the moment that Riri started screaming, and she winced at how loud it was. Riri was always so loud, and she spoke at a speed of 4 words a second when she was really angry. Tilda could bet that that speed was some sort of world record. Tilda knew that coming here to fight would be a problem, but Riri didn't have to deafen her because of it. Calm down, Riri. I spoke to the mayor, and he said it was fine. We only have to deal with about 70% of the usual paperwork. It's still a lot but just live with it. Something strange happened here. Once Tilda said this, Riri forced herself to calm down and listen. Tilda hardly ever spoke in such a serious tone, and Riri knew that there must be something really serious if she was talking like this. Riri was still irritated that Tilda thought 70% of the paperwork wasn't a lot, but since this situation sounded so serious, Riri was willing to let her anger go for now and listen. Riri asked what was wrong, and Tilda looked down at the monster she just killed as she narrated what happened to Riri. Riri was left stunned as she heard about how the monster allowed itself to be killed after sending a part of itself into the sea. What in the world was the meaning of that? Do you think it means anything? It's possible it just wanted to send its child out so the child could grow. Or maybe that is its real body. Tilda immediately shot down that idea once Riri said it. She would have known if that was the real body because this body would not be able to function without that one. And who would send out their child in that way? It almost looked like the monster was sending out a sentry. Or even worse, a messenger. That thing could have been a messenger that is taking a message back to another place. There's something strange going on here, and I don't like it. I want you to send some reinforcements. I'm not sure if my hunch is right, but if it isn't, then I'll reimburse them for the wasted time. Just send anyone above C rank that the guilds in this city can spare. Riri was stunned again. Is the situation really that serious? Tilda didn't say anything more, and she just cut the call after telling Riri what she needed to say. Tilda then jumped to the top of a tall container overlooking the sea and sat down on top of it before placing her sword across her lap as she watched the ocean. This was how she would remain for the next 12 hours straight. Tilda was trained in how to use the sword, and she was already a swordswoman before even becoming a superhuman. She understood the importance of being able to stay still for a long time, and she was willing to stay here for as long as it took so she wouldn't allow her ignorance to cost the people of this city anything. The next day, Mark woke up in a large bed as the first rays of light came through his curtain. Mark sighed and sat up in bed before getting off in one fluid motion. His well-toned and muscular body was on display as he only wore boxers to go to sleep, and as he stretched his muscles rippled and tensed along with him. He walked towards his walk-in bathroom, brushed his teeth, and took his bath before coming out and starting to prepare for school. Ring. 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 Mark's phone rang as he was trying to put on his trousers, and he picked it up without even bothering to look at the caller ID. He already knew who it was. There was only one person who would even think to call him this early in the morning. Don't you sleep? How can you be calling me this early in the morning and expect me to answer you? On the other side of the call, Pat's haughty voice hummed as the sound of clacking from a keyboard could be heard. Pat completely disregarded what Mark said, and he didn't bother to answer. Mark should know by now that Pat was not like all those other normies. Pat did his best work when he was awake from 9 at night to 10 in the morning. That was the time when world changers did their own work. From how fast Pat was typing, Mark knew that he was probably playing an online game or something. The idiot would always stay up late claiming that he was doing world-changing work, but he was only playing online games all the time. Mark could only wonder how Pat was able to do everything he did and still have time to play so many games. Pat spoke up from the other end of the phone in that same broad and haughty tone that he always used. I have something about that attack I called you for yesterday. Turns out the Yellow Phantom took care of it easily. She managed to minimize the casualties, and they only need to repair the docks for them to continue operations now. But there's something strange about all of this. Yellow Phantom never left the docks after killing the monsters. In fact, I can still see her sitting on one of the containers right now. Pat turned his head towards the adjacent scene beside his gaming screen and narrowed his eyes at the image of Tilda sitting perfectly still on one of the containers and looking towards the sea. Pat did not know what she was doing, and he didn't understand why she was still there. The only thing he could do was wait for her to do something so he would know more. Mark raised a brow in surprise as Pat told him about the Yellow Phantom. What was Yellow Phantom still doing at the docks? There was no need for her to stay there since Pat said she had taken care of the monster already. Was she injured? No, that isn't possible. I don't think she would be injured by a monster that she could kill this easily. There is no reason for her to stay there unless she thinks that there is still another monster. You think there's something bigger going on? Maybe she saw another monster somewhere, and she is waiting for reinforcements while making sure the monster doesn't leave her sight. Mark could only think that there was something they were missing. They didn't have the full story, so they would never know what was really going on unless they asked Yellow Phantom herself. Bang! Mark! Are you still in bed? We have to get to school soon. Why are you not dressed? Mark! Are you still in bed? We have to get to school soon. Why are you not dressed? Mark's door burst open, and Erit came through it with all the bravado of someone who was entering their own house. Erit was wearing her school uniform already, but she also had an apron tied around her neck, and Mark couldn't stop his eyes from roaming over her body to appreciate her figure. Mark had no idea how she could be so sexy. Her breasts were literally trying to tear that apron apart. When Erit came into the room, she saw Mark was undressed and she shouted at him in mortification. How could he still be undressed at this time? Mark was only wearing his boxers, and his trousers were not even put on properly. To Erit, Mark was basically naked. Erit always told Mark to get dressed at this time so that they could eat together. Mark could never get used to how easy it was to embarrass Erit. With how much bravado she had when she was doing anything, you would think she was the sort of person who never got embarrassed. But yet, she could never bear to see him naked even if he was only wearing boxers. Mark still remembers the one time that he walked in on Erit when she was taking her bath. He was only wearing a towel because he also wanted to take a bath and he just didn't check if she was in the bathroom before entering. The scream that followed that incident almost made him go deaf. Erit and Mark both lived together in a two-bedroom apartment close to their school. They have lived together for almost 2 months now, but she was still so innocent about them seeing each other in any state of undress at all. The only reason why they were able to get this apartment together was because of Erit's dad. Erit's dad was a businessman who worked overseas and was always busy. After the incident that ended up claiming Erit's mother's life, there was no way Erit's dad would leave her alone in America to travel for business. At first, he took time off work for a very long time so that he could stay with Erit for as long as he needed to, but he found out that this plan would not work since he had a lot of on-site work to complete. Erit's father didn't want to leave Erit alone in the city, so he allowed Erit to stay with Mark because he trusted Mark to take care of Erit whenever he wasn't around. Erit's father bought the apartment for them and made Mark promise not to allow anyone to harm his daughter when they were together. Of course, Mark agreed to it easily. Mark has been to 3 different high schools in the past 3 years, and after coming to this school, Erit was the only friend that he made. Of course, he wouldn't allow anything to happen to her. Mark knew that the only reason why Erit's father left them together was that Erit's father thought that the two of them were already a couple and he approved of the relationship. Even Erit didn't know about this misconception, but Mark would never forget how Erit's father kept on emphasizing that both of them should always make sure to use protection when they are doing it. Mark made sure Erit never found out about this misunderstanding because he knew that Erit would have a meltdown if she knew her father thought she was already having sex. The girl couldn't even look at his bare chest, so Mark knew that sex was far from her mind. Mark hummed as this thought crossed his mind and he realized that maybe sex wasn't so far from Erit's mind after all. You know what they say about the shy ones, they are usually the freakiest in bed. Also, if Mark didn't stay with Erit, then the only other option he had was to stay with Pat. It didn't matter how desperate he was, Mark was never staying with that crazy bastard. Is that the wife? What is wrong with you fucking normies? You're already going at it this early? You should calm down a bit, Mark. You know you're still in high school, so make sure you're using protection. Erit got redder and redder as she heard Pat talking through the phone, and Mark noticed that she was about to start shouting at Pat in anger. Mark chuckled at the look on her face as he cut Pat off. We'll talk later, alright. Try to watch that situation closely and find out if there's anything out of the ordinary. Call me then. Mark clicked the call off and raised a brow once he looked at Erit. She was just too easy. Did she really get flustered just because of that? She already knew what sort of person Pat was, and she knew that he was only playing around. Erit was still not looking at his chest, and she went and grabbed his shirt from the bed and threw it at him before telling him to put it on. They would be late for school if he didn't start changing soon. You know this is my room, right? I shouldn't have to worry about putting my clothes on when you're the one that barged in here. I mean, you didn't seem shy at all when you came in here like that, so why are you acting all shy now? Just put it on already. We're going to be late if you don't hurry. I made some food for you, so come down and get it before we go. Erit hurried out of the room in embarrassment after throwing the shirt on Mark. Mark just chuckled and put his shirt on before he grabbed his tie and backpack and began to walk out of the room to get some food. A feeling of contentment filled his body as Mark got to the main dining room of the house and saw the feast prepared on the table. Erit was wearing the housewife apron as she carried a large pot of spaghetti and placed it right in the center of the table. At that moment, Mark thought that there was nothing more that he could ask for in life. He had everything that he needed to live a good life right here in front of him. However, Mark also knew that there was something missing. Something big. Because no matter how amazing this life was, it felt like a part of him was not complete. The reason for this was simple. Mark glanced at the side of his vision and brought up his system notification tab as he saw the notification that was present there. System functions permanently disabled. To enable, please meet the necessary conditions. Mark couldn't stop the feeling of anger that filled his heart as this message appeared. Mark has never told anyone about this, but his power was not something as simple as super strength as everyone thought. When Mark manifested his blessing, it came in the form of a system that would allow him to live his life like a video game. But there was something else that happened that day. There was a boy named Sozin who appeared before Mark the day that he got his system. Sozin introduced himself as the god of games, and he told Mark that he was choosing Mark to be his sole champion. At that time, Mark was only 14 years old, so, of course, he was excited about it. There were no such things as superhumans yet, and Mark thought that he was just going to get a system that he could use to do whatever he wanted. After all, Mark has read many stories about systems in light novels and how the user used them to become great overnight. Surely things would not be different with Mark. But immediately after he got his system, that was when the first Armageddon appeared in this world. When the apparition occurred, Mark was living with his parents on the richer side of the city. Mark couldn't even begin to understand what was happening when his parents suddenly came and grabbed him to put him in a car and started to run away from the area. The Armageddon appeared very close to their house, and his parents were trying their best to preserve their lives by running away from there. But there was no way to run away from an Armageddon with only a flimsy car. The Armageddon got to them faster than they ever imagined, and it destroyed the road and all the cars that were trying to run away together with nothing but one swing. The car Mark and his parents were in flipped more than 10 times, sending both Mark and his parents flying through the air and slamming into a large building at the other side of the road. Mark crawled out of the car with many red warnings flashing in his system. He had only just gotten the system, so he had no idea what all those warnings meant. The only things that he could see over and over again were: User has suffered a major injury to his right leg. User has suffered a major injury to his hand. User has suffered a concussion. User has suffered 3 broken ribs. Mark couldn't breathe. He couldn't walk, and he couldn't even raise his hand up to ask anyone for help. He was just lying there wondering why his life was such a shit show of bad luck. He looked to the side to see if his parents had also survived the crash, but there was no way that would be possible. The only reason why Mark managed to survive after an accident like that was that he was a superhuman. His body was much stronger than a human's, and that was what gave him the strength to not be crushed immediately when the car hit the wall. At that time, Mark prepared to die against Armageddon since he knew that there was no way for him to gain strength quickly enough to fight against this monster. But then time seemed to slow down until it stopped as a playful-looking little boy appeared before Mark. Sozin, the god of games, was wearing blue shorts and a red top, and he had a cute hat on his head that covered his white hair. The boy laughed as he looked down at Mark's broken and torn form. "Are you really so pathetic? How did my champion end up like this less than 24 hours after getting his system? You would think that you were blessed by the god of bad luck or something." Mark felt irritation fill him as he heard the little boy say this, but he couldn't retort because he knew that the boy was right. It was only bad luck that would allow someone to face a monster like this only 24 hours after gaining the power to do anything you wanted. The boy laughed for a few more minutes before he finally sobered up and looked up at the monster standing over Mark. It was a huge monster as tall as a skyscraper. It had a dragon-like body, but it didn't have any wings, so it could only slowly walk through the city, crushing everything in its path and spewing fire over the mass. If it was something like this, then it was definitely possible. The boy grinned down at Mark playfully. "Hey, champion, you want to play a game? A really fun game." Mark was surprised by the request, and he could only stare at the boy as he wondered what he was talking about. Did this bastard think that Mark was in any condition to play a game right now? Look at how Mark was bloody and broken. Who can play a game in this state? It seemed like the boy could read exactly what Mark was thinking as he just chuckled and playfully floated into the air. He picked up a small pebble on his way up and held it in front of Mark. "It's a fun game, I promise. Nothing too extravagant. You see, I want to help you, I really do. But I can't just go around giving help to my champion when the other gods aren't allowed to do it either. So I have to give you a fair chance at winning and losing. If you can win against me, then I'll grant you the power you need to win against that monster. Of course, terms and conditions apply. I can't just give you power without getting anything in return for it, so I will be taking something from you as well." Mark could only think that the god of games sounded like a shitty salesman with a pitch like that. Mark was always told by his parents never to trust strangers who try to sell him things, but this situation was different. He was not going to die here. He needed the power that this god was selling him. So Mark could only nod and agree to the game, and the god of games laughed happily as he threw the stone up and caught it with both hands behind his back. He brought his two hands forward as closed fists and gave Mark a sharp look. "Tell me where the stone is in 10 seconds, and you win the game. If you can't find where the stone is in that time, then time will start moving forward again, and I'll leave you to be scorched by the monster over there. You have exactly 10 seconds. 10. 9. Wait, what? What the hell is a game like this?" Mark was stunned by how archaic the game was. He thought that there would be something more intense since this was the god of games, but it was just a shitty guessing game. Mark was expecting to have to play a PlayStation or even a gotcha pull. That meant that Mark had a 50% chance of both winning and losing here. If he gave the right answer, then he could gain a lot of power, but if he gave the wrong choice, then he would die here, and that would be it. Mark was filled with dread as he began to look between the two hands with wide, desperate eyes as he tried to find the one that was a more sensible choice. 8. 7. 6. 5. 4. The time continued to count down like thin, and Mark's desperation only continued to grow as he looked from one hand to the other. There was no way that he could pick out one of the hands and be sure of his answer. He was about to just choose any of them and hope that it was the right answer, but then Mark remembered what the god of games said at the start of the game. He really wanted Mark to win, but he just couldn't give Mark something for free. That meant that there was a 100% chance of Mark winning this game if he really thought about it. The god of games wouldn't give such a game to someone that he wanted to lose. There was something involved in this game that was a failsafe to make sure that if Mark was smart enough then he could win 100% of the time. "Tell me where the stone is." The boy's teasing voice rang through the area again, and Mark caught another thing in his voice that immediately told him that his hunch was right. The god of games was cheating, and Mark knew exactly how to catch him. 3. 2. The stone isn't in your hands at all, is it? Once Mark said this, the god of games stopped counting and looked at Mark with a surprised expression on his face. For a moment, Mark thought that he had chosen the wrong option, and he was about to start crying, but then the god of games allowed his face to split into a twisted smile that made his entire face look like a jackal. A chuckle came out of his mouth as he started to laugh loudly in amusement. The god of games couldn't believe that Mark managed to guess something like that. Who would even think of such an option in such a dangerous situation? The god of games opened both of his hands, and Mark's heart soared as he saw that both hands were empty of the stone. The god of games then opened his mouth and brought out the stone with his tongue. That was some damn good guessing skills. You keep on making me prouder with everything you do. I can now agree that you weren't the wrong choice at all when I was picking my champion. You know, the other gods chose many champions all at the same time. They wanted many people to worship them all at once, but I was the only one who could choose only one. You are the only one I have as my follower, and I do not regret that choice one bit. You're more than worthy to be my champion, Mark Vanitas. Dune. Mark felt a strange power begin to fill his entire body as his heartbeat surged in excitement. He could feel his injuries closing and his bones snapping into place as he was forced to his feet by the sheer intensity of the power that was surging through his body. Mark has never felt anything like this in his life. He felt like he could take on the entire world and win with how much power he had in his body. Was this the gift that the god of games spoke about? User has been granted administration control. User has gained full access to system abilities. User lacks the constitution required for full access. A temporary constitution will be granted. Accessing heavenly immortal constitution. Unable to access constitution. User lacks the constitution required for full access. A temporary constitution will be granted. Accessing demonic dragon constitution. Unable to access constitution. User lacks the constitution required for full access. A temporary constitution will be granted. Recalibrating. Accessing soldier and constitution. Constitution accessed. Temporary constitution granted. Superhuman system. Name, Mark Vanitas. Race, human. Level, max. Strength, max. Stamina, max. Agility, max. Durability, max. Mana, infinite. Affiliation, true good. Due to administration control, the user has been granted temporary full access to 2 skill trees. Skill tree. Full body constitution. This is a unique skill tree enabling users to systematically enhance and fortify every aspect of their physical form, elevating strength and resilience to unprecedented levels. Current full body constitution, soldier and constitution, max/max. Soldier and constitution. This skill endows the user with the ability to enhance their physical strength to levels proportionate to that of a soldier ant, enabling them to exhibit power that is 10 times higher than their current physical capability. Mana circulation. Mana circulation is a skill enabling the user to enhance the efficiency of mana distribution throughout their body, optimizing energy flow for heightened senses and greater strength. Current mana circulation stage, phantasmal rank. Comment from GOG. You think you have strength, but don't get too cocky. One mistake and your entire body could explode from the overload. The god of games was silent, but he still had that look of pleasure on his face as he watched Mark slowly rise to his feet. Mark raised his hands and looked at them both as he could see a black substance leaking from all the pores in his body. The substance smelled disgusting and it had a feeling like tar when Mark touched it. Are these impurities? Mark could feel that his whole body was becoming stronger the more these impurities left him, and the surge of power inside of him just got higher and higher. You should feel the surge of power rushing through you right now. I have decided to help you since you played the game so expertly. There will be a time limit to how long your power will last, and there will be consequences, but you will possess the full might of your system as of this moment. The only thing I will tell you is that you should not go beyond what your body is capable of withstanding. I cleared out the impurities in your body and made you stronger, but your body is still too weak to handle the full might of your system's abilities. The strength, speed, and agility will tear your body apart if you take it too far, so exercise caution. The god of games immediately started to float away once it said this, and Mark quickly called out to him and asked him to wait. Mark needed to know what was going to be taken from him for this power. The god of games said that there would be consequences for him getting this power, so there was no way that Mark would not want to know exactly what sort of consequences he would face. What is going to happen to me? You said there will be terms and conditions, right? What are they? I know you won't just give me all of this for free. The god of games only gave a small smile in return as he muttered something that shocked Mark down to his core before he disappeared into thin air and vanished from Mark's sight. Free? Of course, it is not for free. This is for my entertainment, mortal. Everything done by everyone in this world is only for our entertainment. But you should try to finish this fight as quickly as you can, because the longer you fight, the more you sacrifice your future potential. Sizzle. Mark suddenly came back to reality as he heard the sound of meatballs sizzling on the fire, and Art hurried to grab them off and brought them to the table before putting them beside the spaghetti. Mark sighed as he took his eyes away from the screen that had haunted him with the same message for more than 4 years now. Ever since that day, Mark has tried everything he could to wake the system up. But nothing works. Mark did everything that he has seen characters in light novels do. He trained, he meditated, and he even went to really dangerous places to try and see if the system needed him to be in danger before it could wake up. But all he ended up doing was putting himself in danger for no reason. Trying to wake up the system was the entire reason why he even started fighting against Anima in the first place. He thought that he could wake up the system by collecting stat points from killing Anima and passing some mysterious threshold, but after some time, Mark realized that this was also a waste of time. Now, he just fights against the Anima because he feels it is the right thing to do. Even though Mark doesn't have a system, he is still as strong as a regular A rank using only his regular human strength. It was now that Mark really understood what the god of games meant when he said that Mark would be burning his future potential. Fighting against Armageddon was something that Mark could not regret because that bastard took away his parents from him. It had to pay. And Mark also knew that if he didn't do it, then the entire world would have crumbled and been destroyed. But in exchange for that, Mark gave up his blessings, and it really sucked. Mark had no blessings, and he also had no power. He was basically fighting against the Anima using nothing but pure physical strength from his superior body. With only this superior body, Mark could handle disaster class Anima with some effort. That was enough for him to take care of many of the stray Anima that appeared around his vicinity. Mark had no idea how long it would take for him to finally get his system back. He thought that it would have come back by now, but every year that he wishes for it to come back is only another year for him to feel disappointed when it doesn't come back. Mark would rather just stop wishing for something like that if it was only going to end up in disappointment every time. Over time, Mark slowly allowed himself to forget about the god of games and his system, and he began to enjoy the life that he currently had with Erit. Mark closed the system tab that he opened and moved closer to the table with the food. Once Mark smelled the food, he felt his mouth begin to water immediately. Erit was an amazing cook. She was probably one of the best cooks that he had ever seen in his life, and there was nothing that she made that Mark could say wasn't the best he tasted. Erit would always blush and deny that she was a good cook whenever he brought it up, but Mark knew that she was just being humble. She was damn good at cooking, and Mark knew that she wouldn't lose against any of those celebrity cooks that he sees on TV or anime. Erit noticed how Mark was staring at her food, and she felt a giddy sensation fill her entire body as she tried to hide her smile. Making food like this every morning for them was very hard, and she had to wake up very early to do it. Most people would be completely shocked if they saw the amount of effort she put into waking up early just so that she could cook for Mark. She felt like a housewife trying to please her new husband whenever she did it, and she would always chuckle to herself when she thought about this while cooking. But waking up that early was always worth it whenever she saw Mark looking at her food like that. Mark looked like the food was the best thing that he had ever seen in his life, and she knew that he would finish this entire dish on his own if she gave him the chance. He could eat enough food for 3 people on his own after all. The fact that Mark loved her food so much made her far happier than it should. Erit knew that she wouldn't mind a life where she made food for Mark every morning while he was going out to work. Erit spoke up as she tried to hide her excitement. "What are you doing standing there and watching me? Come sit down and eat before the food gets cold. And why are you still not well dressed? How many times have I helped you with this already, and you still don't know how to knot your own tie?" Mark raised his tie up and shrugged with a smile once she said this, and Erit sighed tiredly. Erit was already walking up to Mark, and she just grabbed the tie from him and began to help him knot it around his neck expertly. Mark was extremely tall, so he basically towered over Erit. The feeling of having Erit hanging off his neck like this and helping him again was something that Mark always enjoyed. Did she really think he didn't know how to knot a tie? Of course, Mark knew how to knot a damn tie. Mark was an expert at knotting a tie. He could tie 10 different styles of knots with his eyes closed and 20 with his eyes open. But he would never tell her that. Why would he want to ruin something as amazing as this by telling her that he could knot his own tie? Mark looked down as he felt Erit's breasts brush against his chest, and he had to force himself to control his little brother's reaction. "You're really beautiful, you know. I keep telling you that, but you never take me seriously." Mark smiled down at Erit as he said this, and he saw a blush rise on Erit's cheek as she finished knotting his tie and flattened it against his chest softly. Mark could see some acceptance flash across Erit's eyes, but she just shook her head and she chuckled slightly before smiling up at him as she spoke. "You tell me I'm beautiful every other day, just like a lot of others. Anybody can say something like that, and I won't know if they're just saying it because they want me for my body or if they really like me. When you're serious, I'll know." Mark could see the longing in Erit's face, and he knew that she was serious about what she said. There was no way she wouldn't accept him if he just pushed her down and kissed her right now. But Mark held himself back and just laughed off their atmosphere again as he started to move towards the table. Mark was still hesitant to bring Erit into the world of superhumans that he lived in. She was just a normal human, and she would never survive if she got into a bad situation from being with him. Mark was being as cautious as possible because he really cared about Erit. He pulled out a seat for Erit and grinned. "Come on then, princess. Let's eat before we get late for school. You wouldn't want to ruin your perfect attendance, would you? I know you're just going to blame it on me if that happens, and I'm not going to take the blame for you making us late." Erit frowned in annoyance as Mark said this before she just sighed and went to join him. She knew that he was holding himself back for some reason, and she was still curious about it. But she wouldn't rush him. She was willing to wait as long as it took for him to tell her what was wrong, and until then, this was enough for her. System functions recovering. Time elapsed, 4 years, 1 day, 10 hours, 32 minutes, 15 seconds. Time remaining, 0. System functions can be awakened. System functions are being recalibrated. System functions are being recalibrated. System awakening dash. Not just yet. Let's calm down a little. A/N, I know this will piss some people off, but just wait. I have a surprise waiting for you guys in future chapters. A playful voice laughed jovially as it caressed the system and stopped the system recalibration. The god of games released another joyful laugh as he looked into the possible future and saw something that would be far more entertaining for him. The system could not awaken yet. Not until all the pieces have been put in their right place. System functions temporarily stopped. System awakening paused. All of the system messages that appeared immediately cleared out again before Mark could see them, and a certain god of games laughed with even more mirth as it slowly made itself scarce again. Vroom. Mark and Erit were on Mark's Kawasaki Ninja H2/R motorcycle as they made their way towards school. The Kawasaki was a gift from Pat on Mark's 16th birthday, and Mark has loved the bike ever since. Mark knew that this Kawasaki breed is the fastest commercial motorcycle in the world, and Mark had no idea how Pat was able to get one as easily as he did. Mark has always believed that Pat had way more money than he knew what to do with. Mark made a lot of modifications to the bike to make it faster and stronger than other Ninja H2/RS, and he uses any excuse he can to ride the bike anywhere he goes. At first, Erit was against riding the bike because of how Mark always rode at a very high speed. Mark was always trying to perform stupid stunts with the bike, and Erit was always scared for her life when she was with him. She was afraid that Mark would put them in an accident one day, and they could both end up dead. But Mark assured her that he would be careful, and he would drive slowly whenever they were together, so she finally agreed for him to take her to school with it. Erit had no idea that Mark only wanted her to ride with him so much because of how tightly she would hold on to him whenever she was on the back of the bike. Mark could feel all her assets pressing against his back, and it was too exciting for him to pass up. If feeling something like that meant he had to ride slower, then he would gladly go ahead and do just that. As Erit and Mark went to school that day, Mark had to stop at a cross-section as he saw a long line of cars moving through the road. They were both shocked to see so many cars moving down the road toward the docks. The cars were all military-grade vehicles with bulletproof windows and large Gatling guns mounted on top of their roof, and everyone knew that these cars were specially created to fight against Anima. What was happening? Was there an Anima attack? Mark didn't receive any calls from Pat, so he was sure that there were no attacks close by right now. That means that this must have something to do with the attack that happened yesterday. Pat said that the attack was weird and there were a few things that didn't seem right about it, but Mark didn't know that it was this serious. He would have to call Pat later to get some info out of him. Hey, I think that's from the Phoenix Guild. Yeah, look over there. It's Lightning Rider from the Phoenix Guild. He's that B-rank superhuman who fought against the disaster class the other day. What is he doing here? Oh, my gosh, it's Lightning Rider. Over here. Look at me. One of the fangirls on the street started to wave erratically as she tried to get Lightning Rider's attention. Lightning Rider only glanced towards her for a second from inside the car before he rolled up the window in annoyance and told the driver to move faster so they could get away from the annoying children. The girl that was screaming shouted happily as she started to gush to her friends on her group chat that Lightning Rider glanced in her direction. There are a lot of cars. Is this about the attack I saw on TV? They said that there was an attack at the docks, but a superhuman blocked off the reporters and prevented them from getting any pictures because the Anima's corpse is still there. Yeah, I heard that too. They said it was Yellow Phantom that killed the monster. I watched a video of the fight on YouTube, and she was so cool. But why are so many superhumans from City C doing here? I thought the Phoenix Guild only functions over there. They don't have jurisdiction in City A. The students who were also going to school were all talking about the cars that were passing, and Mark could see that all of them were very curious about what was happening. Mark also found it strange that this many superhumans from City C were coming down to City A, but he didn't stop to gawk like the other students because he wasn't interested in watching the convoy. He needed to find out what was happening over there. There's a chance that there is a big fight coming soon. Erit only looked at the convoy for a few minutes before she looked away without a care in the world. She looked down at her phone to read up on the class that they would be having today so she would be prepared for any questions from the teacher. Erit didn't care about superhumans, and she wasn't some fangirl who would start gushing over them just because they were passing by. P.E. 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 A loud car horn echoed through the street and startled Erit so much that she almost dropped her phone in shock. Hey, fucker, don't just stay there blocking the way. Get a move on already and let me pass. You think this fucking road belongs to you? Get that stupid-looking bike out of the way now. Someone suddenly shouted from behind Erit and Mark didn't even need to turn around to know exactly who it was. The person was driving a yellow Lamborghini and was shouting loudly in anger, telling Mark to get the hell out of the way. Mark looked back to see one of his seniors in school named Francis. Francis was from Class 3B, and he was the son of one of the richest men in City A. His father owned at least 1/3 of the businesses in the city, and they were far too rich to be considered normal. There was a girl sitting beside Francis in the Lamborghini, and she was busy fixing up her makeup in the car mirror as she ignored what was happening around her. Her name was Esmeralda Fortuna, and she was the second daughter of the Fortuna Entertainment Company president. The Fortuna Entertainment Company was in charge of everything that had to do with media in City A. They handled things like modeling and idol shows, and they were also involved in TV presentations. She was from a very wealthy family, so she knew she didn't have to worry about anything in life. All she had to do was look pretty, and she knew that life would be easy for her. She hung out with Francis because she knew that it would look good on her to be with the son of such a rich family, but she was constantly annoyed at the things that he did. Did he not know that he was bothering her makeup session with his stupid horn? Esmeralda glared at Francis as he pressed the horn again. He just made her make a mistake in applying her lipstick. But she just sighed and looked away. She couldn't do anything to stop Francis when Mark was involved. Francis has hated Mark right from the first time he saw Mark hanging out with Erit. Esmeralda didn't have anything against Mark. In fact, she thought that Mark was very handsome, but she couldn't say that out loud because she would be going against Francis and that would be bad for the future relations between their two family businesses. So she just allowed Francis to torment Mark anyhow he wanted. Francis has always had it out for Mark right from when Mark started coming to Nature Academy. The reason for this was that Francis had been trying his best to woo Erit right from her first year, and she has never agreed to be friends with him, so Francis was pissed when he saw how Erit and Mark immediately became close when Mark started going to their school last year. Francis considered himself to be better than Mark in every way, so he didn't see any reason why Erit should not like him more than Mark. As far as Francis was concerned, both Erit and Mark were eyesores, and he tried his best to make things difficult for them in any way he could. Mark just ignored Francis and turned back around while tuning out the annoying sound of Francis' voice. He was already used to this nonsense from Francis, and he knew that there was no need to respond because Francis would only start being more annoying if you gave him any attention. P.E. 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 Hey, are you deaf? I said, get the hell out of the way. Don't make me come over there. Francis continued to press his horn even louder, and Erit tightened her hold on Mark's waist as Mark heard her growl deep in her throat in annoyance. Francis could see that there was a convoy of cars moving, yet he was still trying to make it seem like they were wasting his time. Erit could only swallow her anger at the irrational behavior that Francis was showing. She would have gone to reprimand him, but she didn't want to cause a scene on the street. Isn't that car for Francis Colton? What the hell is he doing? Doesn't he know he's disturbing the entire block? Can't you see who's in front of him? Those two have never seen eye to eye before. Oh, it's Mark. No wonder. I wonder what Mark did that pissed Francis off so much. He has had it out for Mark since Mark transferred here. I wouldn't want to be on the bad side of Francis. His family could bury me. People on the street were already talking about how Francis was disturbing everyone by pressing his horn, but he ignored everything they were saying as he continued. P.E. 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 Francis was unrelenting as he constantly pressed the horn over and over again, and Erit could feel Mark tensing in anger as the horn became too annoying to ignore. She knew that he was only a moment away from doing something, but she just hugged him tighter and told him not to. She didn't want him to get involved with Francis either. He knew that Francis' father was rich, and trying to attack Francis would only end badly for them. Finally, the convoy of cars passed, and Francis revved his engine loudly as he raced around Mark and Erit. He brought his hand out of his window as he passed them and flashed them the middle finger before zooming off to school. He's really pushing it. Mark only said this with a deep growl, and Erit just hugged him tight once more to thank him for not causing a scene. She knew that Mark had every justification for his anger, but she just didn't want him to get into trouble with someone as rich and powerful as Francis. It was best to just wait for Francis to graduate from school, and they could finally be free from his stupid antics. Mark revved up his motorcycle and continued on his way to school without bringing up the topic again. He knew that it was pointless getting angry at someone like Francis, who was just a normal human being. Mark had lived as a superhuman for a long time, so he was already an expert at controlling his anger and strength, so he doesn't do anything that would cause too much damage to the people around him. Imagine if he couldn't control his strength and he held Erit too tightly one day. That would be a disaster. So something like this would just roll off his skin after some time. At the docks, the large convoy of cars stopped in front of the large container that Tilda was sitting on, and Lightning Rider came down from his car and jumped up to the top of the container. He looked down at Tilda and saw that she was sitting perfectly still with her eyes closed and her sword resting on her crossed legs. If anyone else saw her, then they would definitely think that she was asleep, but Lightning Rider has seen her in this state too many times to think something so silly. He could tell that she was more alert than anyone when she was like this. "You're late. I called for you 12 hours ago, and it took you this long to get here." Tilda said this as she opened her eyes and released a silent sigh, and Lightning Rider nodded. He didn't have a choice about how long it took them to get here. This wasn't their jurisdiction, and they had to go through a lot of processes to get permission to bring some of their own guild members to this area. If not that Tilda was the one who requested for the reinforcements, then the guild would have never sent these many people to help out because of how annoying all the paperwork is. Lightning Rider was a tall, lanky man with large dark circles under his eyes and a gloomy disposition that would make anyone think he was clinically depressed. He wore a white shirt and trousers and had an extendable pole attached to his lower back. His main power was his ability to summon and channel lightning through his body because of his minor blessing from Zeus, the god of lightning and storms, and the pole he had was something that he used to increase his channeling ability to transfer as much lightning as possible into his opponent. "We are not exactly sure why you called all for us here though. I heard Riri say something about you having a bad premonition, but that was all she said. What is really going on? I think we'll find out soon. I don't know what it is, but I just have a bad feeling." A bad feeling? Lightning Rider looked at all the superhumans and soldiers that had come here with him, and he knew that they would all think that it was unnecessary to summon this much firepower just because someone had a bad feeling. It was like trying to kill an ant with a hammer. But for superhumans, the case was different. Just having a bad feeling was more than enough reason to be wary. "We'll be on standby then. There shouldn't be too many people around, but I'll tell them to set up a perimeter around here so that nothing will get past us. There's a school nearby, and if we start fighting here, then they will definitely get involved as well." Lightning Rider was someone who didn't like interacting with others unless it was very necessary, but Tilda knew that she could trust him to look after the citizens. He was not as strong or as fast as she was, but he was fast enough to get anyone out of trouble if the fight became too intense. Lightning Rider cared about us citizens and that he wouldn't want to cause too much damage to the city so there wouldn't be any casualties. "Fine then, I'll leave it to Dune." A monster appeared in front of them. Before Tilda could get out her response, she was immediately jumping backward with wide eyes. Because right in front of her was a monster that just jumped out of the ocean and came straight for them. There was not even a single warning before the monster appeared. At one moment, there was nothing, and in the next moment, a monster flashed out of the sea and was already aiming for them. Boom! Ralph! Tilda screamed for Lightning Rider in worry as she watched the monster slam into the spot where he had been standing, but there was a flash of lightning from the dust, and a large lightning bolt struck down on the monster as Lightning Rider managed to dodge at the last moment and avoid the attack. All the superhumans in the area prepared for battle as they began to pull out their weapons as well. The superhumans here were mainly C ranks and a few B ranks. There weren't any other A ranks other than Tilda, and Tilda knew that she would have to take center stage in this fight and draw the monster's attention to her because it could easily kill the other hunters if they faced it one-on-one. The soldiers that didn't have any power all entered the armored tanks, and they began to move some of the tanks away to create a perimeter around this area while the remaining tanks aimed their guns right at the monster in front of them. Tilda immediately drew her sword and dashed towards the monster. The monster was a fish-human hybrid, just like the one that Tilda killed before, and Tilda was sure that it would have the same strength as the previous one. It would be hard for the other superhumans to take it on alone, so she would just leave them to handle creating the perimeter while she and Ralph would take care of the monster. Boom! A large explosion resounded through the area as one of the armored tanks shot a blast straight at the monster, disorienting it enough to allow Tilda to get close enough and slam her foot into the monster's face. Slam! The kick threw it back for 50 meters before Tilda jumped after it and struck out with her sword to sever its arm that was trying to hit her. Slash! Squelch! The arm flew off easily, and the monster roared in pain as it was pummeled by 4 more rounds from the armored tanks. Tilda grabbed the arm that she cut and was about to use it to stab down into the monster's neck to end its life. Slam! But before Tilda could get the arm in, the monster used its other hand to slap Tilda away, and she dug a deep crack into the concrete as she slid for more than 100 meters. She flipped and slammed her feet into the ground to stop herself, and she was about to dash back in, but a flash of lightning at her side made her stop in her tracks as she saw Lightning Rider appearing in front of her. "Wait, Tilda. Don't move a muscle. There's something over there." Lightning Rider spoke in a low voice as he stared towards the sea. Anyone who heard him would immediately think that his throat was completely dry from fear. Tilda frowned as she turned in the direction that he was looking in to see what was so important. But Tilda immediately lost her annoyance, and her throat dried up in shock as she saw something that was unbelievable standing in front of the ocean. 5. There were 4 large monsters standing in a straight line in front of the ocean, and in front of them stood a monster that looked more human than any anima that Tilda had ever seen. The anima in front of the 4 large anima had a human-like figure, but its body was purple and bulky, and there were armor-like plates on all its joints. It also had an ant's head, complete with sharp teeth, large eyes, and 2 long antennae. It was almost twice as tall as Lightning Rider, but it had a look in its eyes that screamed intelligence. It was surveying the surroundings with this bored, judgmental stare that reminded Tilda too much of what a human stare would look like. She knew that this monster was different from any other one she had fought against. Once the anima turned to look at Tilda and Lightning Rider, they both took steps back because they could feel the power behind that stare. There was an immeasurable dread that filled both of them, and it almost froze them to their bones. They could immediately sense that this monster was something that they would not want to ever challenge to a fight. This had to be a high disaster class monster. No, that was even too low. The monster in front of them had to be a Calamity. It was a country-level Calamity. Tilda's hand shook as she tried to grip her sword tighter. She couldn't show fear here. Not when she was the strongest one here. If she showed fear, then what will the others do? On my signal, run. You need to call for reinforcements. Send out a message to all the guilds. Tell them a Calamity is here. Tilda muttered through gritted teeth as her hand tightened around her sword. At that moment, Tilda knew that there was nothing any of them could really do against this monster, and they were all going to be killed if they didn't do something fast. The best they could hope for was for Lightning Rider to send out a message to all the guilds and get them to bring their ranks here. Screech. The ants suddenly released a loud screech in the direction of the 2 superhumans, and Tilda gave up on staying quiet as she screamed at Lightning Rider to get out of there now. They had no idea what the ant was trying to do here, but they knew that standing there would only end with them dead. Lightning Rider dashed away from the spot that they were standing in, and in the next moment, he saw 2 of the 4 larger monsters appear in front of him. His eyes widened, and his heartbeat started to speed up as he realized that he was really going to die here. There was nothing he could do against monsters like these. He was already too weak to handle a single disaster class on his own, and now there were 2 aiming straight for him. What sort of situation is this? Move out of the way. A shout from the side reached Lightning Rider only a few seconds before a great force slammed into the 2 monsters that were about to hit him, throwing them to the side. Another superhuman, Blizzard Force, was the one that helped Lightning Rider. The new superhuman was a B-rank female with blue hair and white highlights in her hair. Her white eyes were glowing as she raised her staff in the air and summoned a massive storm that darkened the sky above them. Her power was focused on the weather, and she had the ability to use various wind and lightning-based skills because she also had a minor blessing from the god of lightning. Lightning streaked across the sky as she conjured up a massive lightning bolt and sent it straight into the direction of the two monsters. Bzzzztt. The lightning bolt struck them head-on, and blue light flashed across the entire area as the massive skill hit them. But as it died down, Blizzard could only take a step back in fear as she saw that the lightning bolt didn't even do anything to them. They were still on their feet, and the only difference between now and before the lightning bolt hit was that their focus was no longer on Lightning Rider. It was on her. Roar. I'm telling you guys, Ghost has to be the coolest superhuman in the world. Did you see him on Matub the other day? He finished off that disaster class monster like it was nothing and he didn't even stay back to take an interview. That's so cool. Mark walked into the school cafeteria with his hands in his pocket. Erit was following behind him while looking through some of the books that they were assigned to read today, and Mark had to pull her out of the way whenever she was about to hit someone or something from not paying attention to where she was going. Mark pulled out of the way before she hit a table and he guided her towards their table as he heard what someone was shouting. He looked in the direction of the person talking, and he saw that it was Francis and his crew who were sitting together around a table and talking loudly. Francis was holding onto a phone and watching a video on Matub of a fight that was happening, and once Mark saw it, he immediately recognized the fight. That was the fight that Mark had with a large disaster-class monster a month ago. It was a lion-human hybrid that showed up near the mall, and since Mark was in the area, he decided to kill the monster before it could do too much damage. Mark had no idea that someone was videotaping him when he was fighting. He couldn't believe people were willing to risk their life like that just to get a video to put up on Matub. That's so cool. I bet he doesn't even use his full strength to fight this monster. Look how he was just handling it with nothing but his hands. The person who said this was Francis, and Mark felt some amusement bubble up from his chest as he heard it. Everyone in school knew that Francis was a large supporter of Ghost. If there was even a single person who liked Ghost more than Francis, then no one has seen that person yet. Ghost was the prime definition of what a fanboy was. He watched all of Ghost's videos and he even bought all the merchandise that some illegal retailers made for Ghost. That is why Mark was a little amused by Francis whenever he and Francis were confronting each other. What would Francis think if he knew that the person he looked up to so much was actually Mark? Francis would probably spit blood in anger before denying it to his last breath. Hey, did you also see the previous fight he had? He doesn't use any skills at all, and I haven't seen him summon any beasts since he started fighting. I think he can only fight using his hand and his super strength. That just makes it cooler. I wonder what sort of blessing he has that gives him strength like that. If he uses all of his strength, then he'll probably be the physically strongest man in the world. Francis said this with a look of excitement on his face as Mark and Erit finally found a place to sit down. The other people that were at Francis' table all started to argue with him about how there were a lot of other superhumans out there that were far stronger than Ghost, and he shouldn't call Ghost the physically strongest without any proof. No one had ever seen Ghost before, and he wasn't a part of any of the guilds, so there was no way to measure him against some of the other superhuman brawlers. Mark knew that they were all right. He wasn't even close to the physically strongest in the world. A high-ranking A-class like Yellow Phantom could probably beat him in a physical battle easily. Mark was just a human who was using his super strength to fight monsters, and he wouldn't have a chance against strong superhumans who still had their blessings. Oof. A small grunt came from below Mark, and Mark looked down to see that he had bumped into a girl as she was passing with her tray of food. The girl that he bumped into was Esmeralda, and Francis immediately sighed inwardly as Esmeralda frowned and she looked up at him in anger. She didn't pour her food, but she had almost fallen over from the hit just now. Can't you look where you're going, you tall oaf? I almost fell over and threw my food away. Esmeralda shouted in anger at the much taller Mark, and Mark just smiled kindly and apologized. He actually made a mistake by not noticing her when she was passing because she was just so small and short that he couldn't help it. Even now, the size difference between the two of them is almost laughable. It felt like Esmeralda was a child trying to reprimand her father. Mark had to force himself to keep a straight face as she kept on glaring up at him. "Hey, what the hell are you doing to Esmeralda?" Mark sighed inwardly as the one person he didn't want to get involved with stood up from his seat and started coming towards them. Francis stormed towards them with an intense glare on his face, and Mark just turned around and stared at him in annoyance as Francis came to stand right in front of Mark's face. Mark felt like smacking Francis across the face, but he just settled for glaring at him. "What the hell do you want? You don't have to involve yourself in every situation just because you see me there. People will start to misunderstand and think you're interested in me in the wrong ways." Mark said this to Francis, and Francis clicked his tongue as he felt like spitting blood from the disgusting image that was put in his head. Francis was not going to allow Mark to get away from being punished this time. He was already angry because of the whole situation that happened on the road earlier, and now that this happened, he finally found the perfect chance to beat the hell out of Mark. "So you want to fight me? Do you think you'll survive against me? I've had training right from when I was a kid to take down people 3 times my size. You think you can take me on just because you go to the gym a few times a week?" Francis tried to rile Mark up with these words, and he hoped that Mark would take and bait and agree to fight. Francis' hero was Ghost, and he was a fan of how Ghost managed to handle monsters that were 2 or 3 times his size using nothing but his hands. Francis would do the same things to this fool and show him that he is better than him. Mark could only stare down at Francis with a look of disbelief in his eyes. Francis had no idea what he was getting himself into here. Mark was someone who always held himself back from acting rashly because he knew he could cause serious damage if he didn't control his strength. But sometimes, things like this would make him want to just smack someone without thinking about the consequences. Some people deserved a good beating for doing stupid things without thinking. "Hey, that's enough. Can't you see you're blocking the road? Just let it go." A voice shouted from beside the two boys, and Mark looked at Erit as she walked up to them with a look of anger on her face. Erit knew that if she left things as they are now, then it would blow out of proportion for no reason. She only wanted to eat and get out of here, and she didn't want any trouble. She glared at Francis as she came close enough before she took Mark's hand and told him to come with her. Before she could go anywhere though, Francis pushed her away from them and made her stumble back. He raised his hand to try and smack her. "What do you think you're doing, bitch? This doesn't concern." "Grab!" Exclamation point. Francis suddenly felt his heart stop as someone grabbed his hand, and he felt his bone creak under the intense pressure that he could feel on his wrist. Francis turned around quickly, took in a shuddering breath, and stepped back when Mark's wide eyes gazed into his own. Mark looked like a killer at that moment. Mark was completely pissed. Not only did Francis push Erit, but he had the audacity to raise his hand at her. Who did he think he was? Mark now understood that he has been too lenient with Francis all this time. It is because Mark has never done anything to punish the fool that he thinks he can raise his hand at Erit and get away with it. Clench. Hey. Hey, let go of me already. Let go, damn it. Hey, stop tightening your hand, I said let go, you bastard. That fucking hurts. Francis started to shout more frantically as he felt intense pain in his hand. What sort of grip strength is this? It felt like someone was using a metal clamp to press against his hand. Both Esmeralda and Erit could only watch in shock as they saw the pained look on Francis' face and the blank apathy that Mark was showing. Erit knew that Mark had always been holding himself back from attacking Francis because of her. They have had too many conflicts and the only reason why they haven't fought till now was because she was always intervening before things could get too far. But she didn't know if she would be able to stop Mark this time, and she didn't know if she should stop him. Maybe Francis deserves to finally get a beating for the nonsense he always did. Francis knew that at this rate, Mark would break his wrist in front of the whole school. The pressure Mark was applying just kept increasing and it didn't look like Mark had any intentions of stopping at all. That would be too embarrassing. Who the fuck does Mark think he is? Does he really think there would be no consequences if he goes too far? Francis will make sure Mark never knows peace in this city again. Francis immediately prepared himself to strike back at Mark. What the hell is that? The sky is turning black. Someone suddenly shouted from in front of the window, and everyone turned towards it in shock to see what he was pointing at. The sky above the city was turning dark, and there was lightning striking across the horizon as a great dust cloud rose from near the docks. There was no need for them to know exactly what was happening over there, everyone could immediately tell that they were witnessing a superhuman battle happening right before their eyes. We need to get out of here. Run. Run away right now. The bunkers. The teacher said we should get to the bunkers. Wait. I left my me phone in class. I need to get it. Just leave it behind. It isn't more important than your life. Yes, it is. That's the gold-plated me phone 22. You can't buy it even if you sell your kidney. The people in the cafeteria were shouting like this as they scrambled out of the hall. They did not waste any time as they realized the gravity of the situation, and all of them gradually began to run away. They knew that even though they were very far away from the battle, there was a chance that it could get close to them and reach the school. They have lived in this world with the dangers of Anima and the Superhumans for too long for them not to understand how serious things were. Warning! Warning! This is a general broadcast to all citizens. There is a battle ongoing in your vicinity, and all citizens are advised to find shelter or evacuate from the area. This is not a drill. All citizens are advised to find shelter or evacuate from the vicinity. The danger level is Calamity class. This is not a drill. A loud broadcast echoed through the loudspeakers all over the city, and all the students in the cafeteria immediately started to pick up their pace as they ran out the door to try and get to the school bunker as quickly as possible. The city broadcast is only used whenever there is a monster that cannot be beaten immediately by a superhuman, and all the citizens would be told to evacuate so that the superhumans can fight without worrying about their safety. If this was only a simple disaster class monster, then the city would not have sent out the warning because the superhumans would be able to deal with the monster without causing too much damage. The broadcast has never been used in the city before unless it was a drill, and this is the first time that a Calamity class would appear in City A. The mere fact that the broadcast was not a drill put fear and anxiety into the hearts of all the citizens. All over City A, citizens were evacuating from their homes and they were either moving to safe houses or they were going towards the main road so they could leave the city completely. Thankfully, the Nature Academy built a large bunker in the underground basement of the school a long time ago, and they educated all the students about how to evacuate into the bunker whenever there was an anima attack. All the students immediately followed the teacher's instructions and began to move down to the bunker to hide. Some of them were calling their parents and friends, but there wasn't a single person who wanted to stay up there. Ring. 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 Mark felt his phone ringing in his pocket, but he ignored it because he already knew who it was. It was definitely Pat who was calling him about the attack that they just announced. Hey, let go already. There's a fucking attack on the city. Do you want us to die? If you want to die then go and die alone and leave me out of it. Let go. Francis shouted anxiously as he looked around and saw everybody running towards the bunker. Mark was still holding on to Francis' hand, and Francis was getting more worried that Mark would hold him here until the monster reaches this school. Mark was going to get them all killed. Forget this. You boys are always acting stupid. Esmeralda shouted this as she abandoned her food and ran out of the cafeteria with the other students. She had been waiting for Francis, but once she saw that Mark was refusing to let go, she just left. There is no way she would allow herself to die for their stupid dick-measuring contest. Esmeralda was the whole reason why the conflict began in the first place, but she didn't care about that and she just abandoned Francis. Will Francis' money matter if he is dead? He needs to be more sensible. Mark glared harder at Francis. He still wanted to break this bastard's hand, but he knew that there were more important things to do right now. Mark. Mark, let's go. We have to go down to the bunker before they close it. Erit quickly moved to Mark and grabbed his hand as she tried to drag him with her towards the bunker. Mark slowly let go of Francis and Francis rubbed his wrist in pain as he quickly followed the crowd of students. But Francis couldn't help himself from glaring at Mark one last time before leaving. This was not over. Mark and Erit started moving down the hallway, and Mark knew that he couldn't go with Erit to the basement. His phone was still ringing, and there was no doubt that it was Pat who was calling him. There were hundreds of students boxing them in from all sides in the hallway, and Mark knew that he could use this to his advantage. The number of students was so large that Erit would never notice if he left her hand and allowed her to just keep going on her own. Mark slowly used the force of the students around him and let go of Erit's hand. He allowed many students to move in front of him, and he slowly disappeared backward into the crowd as he began moving in the opposite direction from where Erit was moving. Immediately after he left Erit's hand, Erit immediately noticed that there was no contact anymore, and she turned around in shock to try and find him. She glanced around the entire hallway and tried to make some of the students move out of the way so that she could find Mark, but there was no sign of him. A great amount of anxiety started to rise from inside Erit, and she was scared that she left Mark behind. She immediately wanted to go and find him, but the sheer number of students was preventing her from moving as they continued dragging her towards the basement by force. Mark. Where are you? Mark. Has anybody seen Mark? Erit continued to shout like this loudly, but her voice was drowned out by the shouts and murmurs from all the other students who were also looking for their friends. Erit felt tears come to her eyes as she didn't see Mark, and she didn't want to think that he somehow got into trouble somewhere. She was sure that he would keep going to the bunker. He has to be there. Erit could only think in this way as she was slowly guided towards the bunker against her will. System functions resuming. System functions resuming. System functions resuming. Mark made his way past the students who were running towards the bunker and finally picked up his phone when it rang again. What the hell is going on there? I can see 5 different monsters on the CCTV, and one of them is a country-level Calamity. They are fighting together. What? Mark was extremely surprised by the last thing that Pat just said. What did he mean by the monsters were fighting together? Ever since the Armageddon Class Anima 4 years ago, there hasn't been a single instance where monsters fought together or followed a leader. They were all mindless creatures that just knew how to destroy. Mark shook his head as he reached his classroom and quickly prepared to join the fight. He put his phone in his pocket and took out his AirPods to connect them so he could keep talking to Pat. He then took off his shirt, leaving himself in only his inner singlet, and he grabbed a mask from his bag and placed it over his head before using it to cover his lower face. This was how Mark always fought, and he liked the anonymity that came with hiding his identity. Mark jumped through the window and began to race across the city at an immense speed. Zoom. Mark was so focused on trying to get to the scene of the fight that he didn't even notice that there was a light ping ringing in his ear over and over again. This pinging sound was from his system, and it was sending him many messages. Does the user wish to activate the system? Yes/no. Does the user wish to activate the system? Yes/no. Does the user wish to activate the system? Yes/no. If no choice is picked, system functions cannot resume. The system will move into standby mode until an option is picked. Standby mode activated. Mark could already see the giant smoke rising from the docks, and he jumped into the sky from on top of a building and soared through the air as he got closer to the docks. From up here, Mark could see everything that was happening at the docks, and he couldn't believe how crazy it was. There were many superhumans, and they were all trying their best to fight against 5 monsters with fish heads that were destroying everything in their path. The superhumans there were mainly C and B ranks, and so they had to fight in groups of more than 5 before they could even stand a chance against the fish-headed monsters. But that wasn't the craziest fight that was happening. The worst fight happening was between a humanoid-looking anima with an ant head and 2 superhumans. Mark immediately recognized one of the two superhumans as Lightning Rider whom he saw earlier today, and the other superhuman was Yellow Phantom who fought against the monster yesterday. Mark had a big choice to make. Should he go and help out the B ranks that were struggling against the fish-headed anima, or should he join the two superhumans that were fighting against the ant-headed anima? Mark only thought about this for a split second, and he immediately came to a conclusion as he contorted his body and allowed himself to start moving towards the two superhumans that were fighting against the ant-headed monster. Don't do anything rash. That's a calamity, Mark. You can't win against something like that. You should try to help the other superhumans instead. Pat's annoyed voice rang through Pat's ear, and Mark just ignored him as he continued making his way towards the fight. What did Pat expect him to do? He couldn't just leave them there to fight against something like that on their own. Yellow Phantom is only a low-level A rank and Lightning Rider is a B rank. They had no chance of winning and it would be better for three of them to fight it together. Tilda was breathing heavily as she looked at the giant ant-headed anima that was just staring at them with a bored expression in its eyes. It was like the anima was saying that they weren't even worth its time. She was already on her last leg as she could feel her stamina dwindling, and she knew that Lightning Rider was also on his last leg. He was even worse than she was because he had an injury on his shoulder that wouldn't stop bleeding. They had to get out of this somehow. The three of them were standing on top of the broken half of a building that was leaning precariously to one side. With only the smallest movement, Tilda knew that the entire building would teeter and fall over like a stack of dominoes. But what the hell are they going to do in this situation? They already called for backup, but there hasn't been a single sign of anyone coming to help them. Even the other B ranks were busy trying to take care of the other disaster class anima. They were definitely going to die here. Whoosh! A loud sound of something falling echoed through the air, and Tilda didn't even have time to turn around before something big and heavy slammed into the side of the ant-headed anima. Boom! Tilda felt her eyes widen in shock as she saw the anima get thrown across the building as it was blindsided, and a person landed in front of her and Lightning Rider. Mark narrowed his eyes at where the ant-headed anima was thrown towards, and he prepared himself for a fight. He only managed to get a lucky hit once and he knew that the monster would never allow something like that to happen again. He looked to the side, and he saw that Lightning Rider was bleeding from his shoulder. You should get that closed up before you bleed to death. Having an injury in a fight like this is only going to make you a liability. Mark said this to Lightning Rider, and he watched as Lightning Rider narrowed his eyes in annoyance. Lightning Rider was curious about who the hell Mark was because of how Mark was covering his lower face to prevent them from knowing his identity. Tilda was far less confused, and she immediately knew who Mark was. She could recognize him from some of the videos that she used to watch on YouTube. This was Ghost. He was a vigilante-type superhuman who went around helping people with a mask to prevent them from knowing his identity. Tilda knew that he did all of his vigilante work in this region, but she didn't think that he would come out to help them like this since they were in the open and there were going to be reporters soon. Tilda wanted to ask him what he was doing here, but she knew that it would be a stupid question. It was obvious that he came here to help them, and it would be stupid for her to refuse his help. We're going up against a calamity, so we should try to come up with a plan. I don't think any of us has enough power to face it head-on, so we will try to buy as much time as possible for more ranks to come. They are coming from another city, so it will take a while even at their top speed. If we can drag the fight away from the city, then that would be an ideal situation. Let's make it go back towards the docks. We're going up against a calamity, so we should try to come up with a plan. I don't think any of us has enough power to face it head-on, so we will try to buy as much time as possible for more ranks to come. They are coming from another city, so it will take a while even at their top speed. If we can drag the fight away from the city, then that would be an ideal situation. Let's make it go back towards the docks. Tilda said this calmly while glaring in the direction of the ant-headed anima, and Mark just nodded to her as he prepared for the fight. Mark was glad that Tilda wasn't going to be asking any silly questions. At least, he wouldn't have to start explaining pointless things when they are about to fight for their lives. I have the most stamina right now, so I should take the front. I'll get its attention, and then one of you can deal a blow from a blind spot while it is distracted with me. Mark added some of his own thoughts, and Tilda couldn't deny that it was the best course of action right now. Her stamina was almost completely gone, so Mark taking the front line would help her to get some of it back. And since she was fast, she could rush in and attack the monster before rushing out again to make the monster confused. Lightning Rider still had a look of distrust on his face as he stared at Mark. He could not tell who Mark was, and due to the fact that his voice was distorted by the mask he was wearing, Lightning Rider couldn't tell how old he was either. Lightning Rider was the sort of person who hated mysteries, and he liked to have all the facts about anyone that he was going to be trusting his back to. If this were a different situation, then Lightning Rider would have definitely refused help from Mark because he didn't trust him, but since Tilda was already on board, then Lightning Rider had no choice but to silently accept Mark's help. Rat-a-tat-a-tat-a-tat-a. A loud sound suddenly came from above the three superhumans, and Mark looked up to see that there was a news helicopter hovering right over them. Are these people completely mad? Why would they bring something like that to the scene of a fight? The helicopter was quite high in the sky, but Mark knew that a constraint like that was nothing for them. In the middle of a fight, they could easily reach that helicopter with just a single leap. Crack! Crack! Boom! Screech! Mark didn't have any time to start thinking about the stupidity of humans anymore as he was forced to focus back on the ant-headed anima as it burst its way out from inside the building and released a loud screech that shook the ground under their feet for miles. Everything in the area felt the raw power from the anima, and Mark prepared himself for the beating that he knew he was about to receive. Mark has never fought against a Calamity class before. The strongest opponent he has ever had was a disaster class, and that was nothing compared to this. Mark brought his fists up and dashed forward. He was going to try and catch the monster off guard so that Tilda and Lightning Rider would have a good chance to attack with a surprise attack. Slam! But before Mark could even go anywhere, everybody was shocked as the Calamity class moved first at a speed that was 3 times faster than what it was using when fighting against Tilda and Lightning Rider. The Calamity class completely ignored everybody else in the area and it slammed straight into Mark and dragged him along as the two of them flew through 3 skyscrapers and went deeper into the city. Exclamation point. Tilda's eyes were wide in shock, and she didn't even need to look to see that Lightning Rider was also shocked by what just happened. They have never seen an anima act in this way before. The anima were seen as mindless creatures whose only goal in life was to destroy as much of the world as possible while killing everyone and anyone that they could lay their hands on. There has never been a case where anima just ignored everyone else and went straight for one person. We have to help him. I don't know what is going on, but there is no way he can survive against that monster on his own. If we don't go, then he'll die. Tilda shouted this to Lightning Rider as she snapped out of her surprise, and Lightning Rider nodded his head as he covered his body in lightning, and they both dashed towards the direction where the Calamity class dragged Mark. Up in the sky, the news crew was also stunned as the helicopter followed after them. The journalist in the helicopter was a beautiful woman with red hair and green eyes. She had full red lips and a moderate bust that showed some cleavage through her shirt. She was holding a microphone and talking rapidly as the camera followed the destruction that the Calamity class was causing on the ground. This is something that I've never seen before in my life. It looks like the Calamity class is no longer interested in any of the other superhumans, and it has only decided to focus on one of them. Reports I am getting from my analysts are saying that the superhuman the Calamity is focusing on is the vigilante superhuman ghost. He is a superhuman who has been involved in many disaster-class subjugations, but we have never been able to get a good look at his fighting style before because of how elusive he is. But it seems like we will finally get a good look at it today. In the underground bunker below Nature Academy, all of the students were huddled together as they tried to calm their beating hearts. They could all hear the tremors and destruction that was happening above ground, and even though the fight was happening far away from them, they could tell that there was an insane amount of power being thrown around up there. The superhuman ghost is trying his best to get the Calamity class off him, but the Calamity class has not given him any room to regroup with the other superhumans. At this rate, it looks like he is going to have to find a way out of the situation himself. The Superhumans Yellow Phantom and Lightning Rider are both chasing after the fighting pair, but it seems that no matter what they do, the Calamity class only continues to focus all of its attention on Ghost. There was a large television positioned above the ground where the news was playing, and everyone in the underground bunker stayed very silent as they watched the fight that was happening. Francis was watching the fight with wide eyes as he saw his idol being targeted by the Calamity class. Francis knew that Ghost was strong, but even Francis couldn't be sure that Ghost would make it out of a fight like this. A Calamity class attack has never happened in this city before, so no one was sure what the outcome would be. The only person who didn't look like she was interested in the fight at all was Erit. Erit was the only person on her feet, and she had been frantically looking around for Mark ever since she came into the bunker. The only person who didn't look like she was interested in the fight at all was Erit. Erit was the only person on her feet, and she was frantically looking around for Mark ever since she came into the bunker. Mark. Mark, where are you? Has anyone seen Mark? I can't find him anywhere. Teacher, I haven't seen Mark anywhere. Erit ran up to one of the male teachers that were standing at the side, and she shouted that she still hadn't seen Mark, but the teacher just rubbed the back of his neck in slight irritation as a new tremor shook the ground under their feet. Even though he was a teacher, he was still a normal human being, and he didn't want to leave the bunker either just because there was a single student who could still be out there. He wasn't going to risk his life like that. I'm sure he is fine. Don't worry about it too much. Just sit down, you're bothering the other students that are trying to watch the news. The teacher said this to Erit, and Erit felt a great surge of anger fill her heart as she glared at the teacher and turned away from him. She should have known that the teacher wouldn't be any help at all. He was just a damn coward. Erit continued to shout Mark's name while asking everyone if they had seen her friend, but no one was able to help her because they hadn't seen Mark yet, and no one wanted to go out of the bunker just to try and look for him. Erit kept on shouting for Mark, and some of the students started telling her to keep quiet and sit down because she was preventing them from seeing what was playing on the television properly. Mark was probably somewhere else, and he couldn't hear her, so she should just keep quiet. Erit ignored all those people, and she kept on looking around frantically for Mark. A lot of fear came into her heart as images of Mark's dead or injured body were playing in her head. What if Mark was out there in the school, and he was trapped under a rock that fell? There have been a lot of tremors recently, and the tremors might have made something fall on him. There were still some students coming into the bunker, and Erit ran towards the entrance to look around to see if Mark was a part of them. But as the students entering the bunker started to reduce, Erit's fears began to increase as she realized that Mark was not part of them. There is no way. Mark wouldn't miss the bunker without a good reason. Mark knows how dangerous it is out there. That could only mean that Mark was in trouble, and he couldn't come because of something big. He was in danger. The teacher in charge of controlling the bunker door made sure that there were no more students coming in, and he nodded as he pressed the button to close the bunker door. The bunker door was automatic, so once it closed, it wasn't going to open anymore until the school was certain that the danger had passed. There was food and drinks in the bunker along with enough ventilation pipes to make sure that the students could stay there for more than a week if they needed to. Hey! What do you think you're doing? The doors are already closing. Get back here right now. The teacher suddenly shouted this as he saw Erit run out of the door right before it closed completely. What the hell was she doing? Couldn't she tell what sort of situation this was? She could die out there if the fighting gets to this area. Many of the male teachers quickly tried to see if they could hold the door open, and one of the female teachers tried to press the button to make sure it stayed open, but no matter how hard they tried, they couldn't keep it open, and it shut and locked them in while locking Erit outside. She's going to die out there. What in the world was she thinking? One of the female teachers shouted like this as she started to make a call to the authorities so that the police could come and get Erit out of the school. No one can leave the bunker until the danger passes, so the only thing that they can do is hope that the authorities can help her. The fight between Ghost and the Calamity class has now crossed into the eastern side of the city. Ghost is trying his best to hold his own against this unbelievable monster, but from the looks of things, he is not faring very well. It will not be long now before things go from bad to worse if reinforcements do not arrive soon. The reporter on the news channel shouted this, and the teachers and students all looked up at the television in shock. Their school was located on the eastern side of the city. That meant that there was a very high chance that the fight would reach their school very soon. The teacher who called the authorities turned off her phone with a sigh after she got another automatic message from the answering machine telling her to try again later. There was no chance that the authorities would come here anymore since the fight was already reaching this side of the city. Even if they answered her, then it would take hours for them to send their people to rescue survivors. The only thing that the teachers could do was hope that Erit managed to stay alive long enough for someone to come and save her. What the hell is your fucking problem with me? Boom. Mark sent a left hook straight at the ant-headed anima, and he had to bite his inner lip in pain as his wrist almost broke from how fucking hard the ant-headed anima's skull was. Is this shit made out of fucking metal? There was no visible effect on the anima, and it grabbed Mark by the head and spun around before tossing him down through 10 floors of a skyscraper. Boom. 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 Mark shouted in pain as his back burned from the intense force, but he didn't allow the pain to stop him. Once he landed, he quickly grabbed a metal pole that was lying at the side and aimed it at the ceiling while waiting for just the right moment. Boom. Rarg. Throw. At the exact moment that the ant-headed anima burst through the ceiling, Mark threw the pole like a javelin straight for it. Mark knew that his throwing strength was nothing to scoff at. Mark could throw a javelin with enough force to make it travel for more than 3 kilometers easily. If all that force is put into one throw, then Mark knew that he could impale a block of solid metal with his javelin throw. But Mark's eyes widened in shock as the metal pole that he threw with all his strength bent and crumpled as it couldn't even pass through the ant-headed anima's skin. Slam. Slam. The anima ignored the useless iron pole and grabbed Mark by the shirt, slamming him into the ground. It brought him up and turned around before throwing Mark through the wall of the skyscraper. Crash. They were on the 20th floor, so Mark was sent flying into the air without any place to land. Mark floated in the air, wondering what he could do about a monster like this. Why in the world was it attacking him alone? There were more than 20 superhumans here, and the ant-headed monster was ignoring all of them and going straight for him. In fact, it was even ignoring all the people they saw. Mark thought that he would have to be protecting people as they fought, but there was no need because the only person that the ant-headed anima was interested in was Mark. Mark turned to the side and saw a streak of lightning running across buildings and coming towards his location at an insane speed. He immediately knew that it was Lightning Rider and Yellow Phantom coming to help him. If he could just hold on for a few more seconds, then they could reach him and get this bastard off his back. Mark didn't know why the ant-headed anima was so focused on killing him, but he knew that if the 3 of them worked together, they could hold it off until reinforcements arrived. Mark. Focus. A voice shouted from Mark's ear, and Mark was brought back to the fight as a shadow fell over him. Mark's eyes widened as he looked into the sky and saw that the ant-headed anima was holding onto a large section that it had broken off from the skyscraper. This bastard was trying to throw a house at him. Mark looked around in desperation and tried to see if there was anything that he could use to defend himself, but there was no place for him to use as leverage to get out of the way. He was literally a sitting duck as he fell from the sky. Screech. Whoosh. The building was thrown at Mark with a loud screech, and Mark could only cross his hand in front of his face and hope for the best. Slam. Boom. The building slammed into Mark with intense force, and a great tremor passed through the entire city as both Mark and the building crashed into the ground. There were miniature earthquakes generated by the impact, and this caused some of the buildings in the area to begin crumbling and falling. Screech. The ant landed on top of the building with Mark under it and screeched loudly as it released even more of its power. A large wave of energy spread across the city, freezing all the humans in place and making all the superhumans shiver from the oppressiveness of the power. This was the strength of a Calamity-class monster. This was something that could not be handled by mere A ranks. This was a true monster. All the people in the world who were watching the news were silent as they saw the extraordinary display of strength that the Calamity class just showed them. It was something that they couldn't even comment on. Even the reporter who was in charge of providing commentary on the news was completely silent as she just watched the Calamity class screeching in victory. There was a dread that filled all of them as they didn't see Ghost moving anymore. It was finally sinking in for them that what they were watching was something that they could not even fathom. Ghost has always won against any monster he faced, and even though he was very elusive and didn't give any interviews or join any guilds, he was still loved by many because he was always protecting them. But there was no way Ghost would be able to survive against a monster like this. He was no longer even moving, so they were sure he was dead. Under the rubble, Mark was no longer moving as the weight of the building on top of him threatened to crush him. He could only think that he was going to die here because there was no way he could win against something like this. Mark's life slowly began to flash before his eyes, and there was only one thought that constantly played over and over in his head. I wish I kissed Erit when I had the chance this morning. If Mark knew that he was going to be fighting against a monster that was hellbent on killing him by any means necessary, then Mark would have just bit the bullet and kissed Erit. How the fuck can he die without even kissing her once? Ping. 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 Mark blinked in surprise as he heard a pinging coming from somewhere inside his head. That sound. Mark knew that sound. He hadn't heard that sound in almost 4 years, but he could still remember the pinging sound that could only come from his system. Mark's heart was beating at a mile a minute as he quickly opened the tab that he closed earlier today and saw all the different messages that he missed. System functions recovering. Time elapsed, 4 years, 1 day, 10 hours, 32 minutes, 15 seconds. Time remaining, 0. Cannot awaken system. System functions are being recalibrated. System functions are being recalibrated. System awakening. Awakening complete. Does the user wish to activate the system? Yes/no. Does the user wish to activate the system? Yes/no. Does the user wish to activate the system? Yes/no. If no choice is picked, system functions cannot resume functions. The system will move into standby mode until an option is picked. Standby mode activated. After these messages passed, some new messages started to come up below them. User has suffered major physical damage. Estimated probability of winning the battle in the current state, 1.2%. System has concluded that this is an unattainable task. Due to the gravity of the situation, standby mode has been automatically deactivated. System functions restarting. System function restarting. System functions restarting. Superhero system restarted successfully. Mark felt a massive surge of energy fill him as the system finally came back online, and Mark couldn't stop the mad grin that spread across his face as each cell in his body radiated extreme power. Mark felt like he could take on the entire world in his current state. And he would win. Parsing Constitution. No residual damage found. Hello once again, Mark Vanitas. Has it already been 4 years? Exclamation point. Mark blinked in surprise and looked down in shock as he saw that he was no longer under the building. He looked around him, and he saw that he was standing in a bright blue area in the sky. There was no ground under him, but when he stomped his feet, he could feel solid ground under it. You don't want to do that. You could fall from there and head straight back down. I don't know about you, but I think a fall like that will definitely end with your death. Mark stopped stomping immediately when he heard this, and he looked up to see a boy floating in front of him. The boy was wearing blue shorts and a red shirt, and he had a cap over his white hair. This was Sozin, the god of games. Mark stopped stomping immediately when he heard this, and he looked up to see a boy floating in front of him. The boy was wearing blue shorts and a red shirt, and he had a cap over his white hair. This was Sozin, The god of games. It's you. I didn't think I would ever get to see you again while I was alive. It's been 4 years already. Mark could only smile happily as he said this, and Sozin laughed in that jovial way that Mark could still remember from 4 years ago. Sozin was floating in the air and he spun around erratically in a playful manner while chuckling to himself. It has already been 4 years, but everything still felt the same about Sozin. Mark might have felt like it was a long time, but to Sozin, it might as well have only been a second. Sozin has lived too long to consider 4 years as any time at all. 4 years to him was barely a moment. You're in a real mess right now, aren't you? I thought you had bad luck before, but now I can only think that you went behind my back and made a deal with the god of bad luck. You're right at the god of death's doorstep. Sozin laughed loudly as he said this, and he finally calmed down after a few seconds of this. Mark rolled his eyes because he knew that it was true. Both times that Mark has met the god of games, he has been right at death's doorstep, and it felt like there was some sort of angel of bad luck following Mark wherever he goes. Or maybe it was even the god of games himself that was the angel of bad luck. Mark could only think like this while chuckling to himself at the strange thought. He glanced at his system and smiled as he saw the system tab that showed all his stats. There were some more messages that started popping up as the stats stopped loading. System has detected high levels of strength within the user. The user was not idle during the 4-year break, and many stats have been improved. Recalibrating user stats to properly reflect the user's current state. Recalibrating, 1%. Recalibrating, 5%. Recalibrating, 20%. Recalibrating, 75%. Recalibrating, 92%. Recalibrating, 99%. Recalibration complete. Superhuman system. Name, Mark Vanitas. Race, human. Title, nil. Rank, A, 1900/3000. Affiliation, true good. Unused stat points, 0. Unused skill points, 0. Strength, 750. Stamina, 600. Agility, 550. Durability, 400. Mana, 150. System stats are greatly unbalanced, and the user is advised to improve the lacking stat to ensure proper growth. Skill tree. Full body constitution. This is a unique skill tree enabling the user to systematically enhance and fortify every aspect of their physical form, elevating strength and resilience to unprecedented levels. Current full body constitution, Soldier and Constitution, 1 out of 100. Soldier and Constitution. This skill endows the user with the ability to enhance their physical strength to levels proportionate to that of a soldier ant, enabling them to exhibit power that is 10 times higher than their current physical capability. Mana circulation. Mana circulation is a skill enabling the user to enhance the efficiency of mana distribution throughout their body, optimizing energy flow for heightened senses and greater strength. Current mana circulation stage, F rank, 1 out of 100. Stat improvements due to application of mana. Strength, plus 2%. Stamina, plus 2%. Comment from GOG, ha 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 ha. You're so weak. Due to the user's tenacious work ethic, the system has granted the user a gift. All hail the system. System gift. Stat points, plus 20. Skill points, plus 10. The user has gained a new title, He Who Perseveres Through Hell. He Who Perseveres Through Hell. The user never lost faith in the system through the 4 years of system shutdown. This shows great dedication and tenacity in the user. This title grants the user a 10% boost to all stats when the user is facing off against an opponent that is at least 1 rank higher than the user. When Mark finished reading all of this, he couldn't stop his heart from soaring in joy. He finally got his system back. He was no longer just an ordinary human, and he could now fight with his blessing. But there were a lot of things that Mark still didn't understand about his system, and he decided that he would have to ask Sozin about these things. The first thing that Mark found strange was the fact that he still had some of the skills that Sozin gifted him when he made a deal 4 years ago. Skills like full body constitution and mana circulation were not in the system when Mark first got them. They were just gifts that Sozin gave to Mark when Mark wanted to fight against the Armageddon class, so why were they still here? Don't tell me that Sozin was going to allow me to keep them. That was awesome. Mark was sure that when he got back his system, he would have to start from scratch again because Sozin said that all the power he gave him was only temporary, but starting from this point wasn't so bad at all. Mark then glanced at his rank and he wondered what the numbers beside it meant. Mark was an A rank, but he had a counter that showed him how far he was away from moving to the next rank. Was it some sort of addition of high skills? Mark asked Sozin about this and Sozin floated around Mark and looked down at the system over Mark's shoulder as he said. I see you already saw the skills that you got from me. I thought about taking them away from you, but for some reason, I couldn't take them away. I know, it is strange to me too, but there are really things that even we gods are not capable of. The numbers beside your rank are from your stats. The addition of your 3 highest stats will determine how powerful you really are, so it's up to you to decide how you wish to distribute your stat points to grow stronger. Maybe you want to put everything into mana and become a mage, or maybe you want to add it all to durability so you can become as tough as a tank. It's all up to you, but remember that there are still restrictions. I'll leave you to figure those out yourself. You are my first and only champion, so I was surprised to find out that there are restrictions placed on me too. It looks like the system really likes you. But it seems that the system reset the skills you got back to their base state, so you will have to grind them just like any other skill and make them grow and evolve. If you can do that, then good for you for getting some free skills. When the god of games said that he tried to take away the skill but couldn't, Mark was shocked. So there are some things that even gods couldn't do. Does that mean that the god of games was weaker than the system? Or maybe the system was just able to counteract some of the god of games' powers so that he couldn't interfere too much. Mark was glad about this revelation because he knew that the god of games was a very eccentric person. Having someone as intense and crazy as the god of games as his patron god was already insane enough, but it would be even worse if the god of games could change anything and everything at his whim. That would be the worst possible situation. The god of games already told Mark that the only reason why humans were given so much power was for the entertainment of the gods, so Mark knew that Sozin would do crazy things just for his entertainment if he could. I don't know why you have so much distrust for me. I haven't even done a single thing to harm you since giving you my powers. All I've done is help you as much as I could since the beginning. You should be a little more grateful to your patron god. Mark immediately noticed the playful tone that Sozin was using while talking, and he knew that Sozin was being sarcastic right now. Sozin wasn't the sort of god that denies his own nature. Sozin was the god of games and he would do anything he wanted for his own entertainment without caring about whether Mark liked it or not. Hold on. Did Sozin just read my mind? Mark's eyes suddenly widened in shock as he thought about this and he looked towards Sozin quickly with an expression of surprise on his face. Sozin immediately started to laugh even louder. You're only noticing now. I've been reading your mind from the very start. How else do you think I chose you to be my champion without having to talk to you at all? I chose you because of your mentality. You have the zeal that I am looking for in my champion. The zeal to be the strongest in the world. Do you really think that you are normal? If it were anyone else, they would have given up the moment they realized that they no longer had their blessing. But you didn't give up. Instead, you went to train your regular body, and you started fighting against monsters even without having anything to protect you. You're nothing like normal people, Mark. You're a battle freak with enough sense to go the distance. You love the rush of battle and you crave strength. That is exactly what I want in my champion. You have to be the strongest in every world so I can brag to the other gods that my champion is the best. Mark could only nod in silent acceptance of what Sozin said. Mark was a little put off by the fact that Sozin was reading all of his thoughts like an open book, but that wasn't the worst thing in the world when he really thought about it. Sozin was a god, and Mark was sure that there was a lot more that Sozin could do than what he was telling Mark. Mark would just have to learn to live with the fact that Sozin could read his mind. Mark already had the intention of being the strongest in the world whether Sozin said anything about it or not. Mark was miserable these past few years because he knew that he was just one step away from power, and he had to give up most of it 4 years ago for the sake of saving the world, so this time Mark would not waste even a moment. How are you going to use the first gifts? Sozin floated around as he asked this, and Mark looked at the gift that his system gave him and wondered how he should distribute it. The skills that I have are pretty basic, but I can tell that they are strong. I was able to fight against an Armageddon class with only the maximum level of the soldier ant constitution, so there is no way that it will be weak. I just need to build it up and then evolve it. But I think it will be more sensible to give the stat points to the mana stat since it is so low and give the skill points to the mana circulation skill so I can improve my overall stats. The mana stat and mana circulation skill work together to improve my stats, so if I improve them, then I can have some extra power. Sozin hummed from his place in the sky as he floated around Mark with his legs crossed and his hands held behind his head. He heard everything that Mark just said, as well as Mark's thoughts, and it wasn't a bad deduction. Giving the skill and stat points to mana-based abilities would definitely help him improve all his other stats. But what was that nonsense he was saying about the soldier ant constitution? Does he not know that the soldier ant constitution is only the weakest constitution out of all the constitutions that he could have? You know, I don't think you understand the extent of the power that you have right now. What I gave you before to fight against the Armageddon class was only the tip of the iceberg. It was all the power that I could give you at that time due to your weak body, but don't think that it is your limit. You have power beyond mortal understanding, Mark. Don't underestimate how far you can go. Sozin hated the fact that Mark was looking down on the system that he had. Does Mark think that the system was only strong enough to fight off one Armageddon? Or does he think that because he fought off one Armageddon he has already seen the extent of power that the system can produce? That was foolish thinking. There was a reason why the god of games chose Mark as his champion. Mark was going to be fighting against beings of godly power in the future, and without enough strength, Mark would be crushed like a bug. Sozin was not going to lose face with the other gods because he had a weak champion. Mark was going to become the strongest in the world whether he liked it or not. Are you trying to tell me that the Armageddon I fought against before was weak? I fought against that monster for 3 nights and 4 days and we destroyed half of the North American continent. Can something like that even be called weak? Or are you trying to say that there are monsters even stronger out there? Mark couldn't even wrap his head around Sozin's statement. How can a monster like that Armageddon be called weak? Mark almost lost his life many times in the few days that he fought against the Armageddon, and if not for the endless mana that Mark's system gave him, then he would have definitely lost. You need to broaden your mind more, Mark Vanitas. The reason why you fought against that monster for so long wasn't because it was strong. It's because you were weak as shit. There are monsters beyond your imagination in this world. Do you think that Armageddon was strong? Wait till the next one comes. Mark felt his throat dry up as he heard this. The image of another Armageddon arriving on Earth was enough to bring back a lot of bad memories about the last battle. Mark just shook his head and turned back to the system as he began to distribute his points. He would try not to think about that for now and he would just focus on gaining power as quickly as possible. Does the user wish to transfer 20 stat points to mana? Yes/no. Mark chose yes, and he felt a surge of energy fill his entire body as something began to flow from his chest toward every limb. Was this mana? It was exhilarating. Mark quickly went to send the other points to the skill he wanted to improve. Does the user wish to transfer 10 skill points to mana circulation? Yes/no. Mark chose yes again, and the surge of mana that was flowing erratically through his body suddenly became far more controlled. He could see that it was now more efficient, and there was less wasted movement as it flowed from his chest through the rest of his body. Once Mark sent the points to the stats, he saw another new prompt come up. Stats improvement due to application of mana. Strength, plus 4%. Stamina, plus 4%. As the mana surged through Mark's body, he could feel a slight increase in those two stats, and he was glad that he chose to add the points here as his entire body felt rejuvenated from the mana he gained. This will help him in the fight that he is going to go back into. At least, he was now sure that his strength would not lose against the strength of that Calamity class. Mark knew that his skills and stats were organized in a way that would make fighting with fists very easy. Mark didn't know if the god of games did this on purpose or if it was just a coincidence, but Mark didn't mind at all because he knew that he enjoyed fighting with his fists more than using a weapon. Mark was a brawler by nature. Sozin thought about informing Mark of the improvements that he would be able to make to his system soon, but he decided against it. There's no need for Sozin to tell him because Sozin was sure Mark will find out more about the system as time goes on. Sozin gave Mark all his blessings, so Mark would grow at an insane rate compared to other superhumans. It was a gamble for Sozin since Sozin was not going to have any champions anymore if Mark was killed, but Sozin was sure that Mark would not die that easily. If Mark didn't die in the 4 years that he didn't have his system, then he would definitely be much harder to kill now that he had the system. Well, I have to leave now. You can do whatever you want with the system since it is now yours, but just keep in mind that I can no longer bail you out like I did last time with the Armageddon class. This time, you really will be on your own and you will die if you try to get into a fight that you are not ready for. But seriously, try not to die on me. You're my only champion and the other gods will definitely laugh at me if you die. I'll be seeing you later then, Mark Vanitas. I hope you entertain me for many, many centuries. Once he said this, Sozin slowly began to vanish into thin air until he disappeared from Mark's sight. Whoosh! Mark suddenly felt his body fall from the sky and he shouted in anger at Sozin as he saw the ground getting closer. What the fuck was Sozin thinking? Didn't Sozin say that Mark wouldn't survive a fall like this? Mark was going to kick that bastard when next he saw him. Fuck you, Sozin. Sozin's laughter filled the area once more and before Mark could go splat on the ground, his body vanished. The Calamity class has buried Ghost under a building and there doesn't seem to be any movement from Ghost at all. I think that the superhuman Ghost might have perished under the force of the Calamity class's attacks. The mood all over the city was somber and depressing as they all heard what the newscaster said. They couldn't believe that Ghost was dead. There have been many cases where superhumans died against Anima, but this was the first time that they would be seeing it happening live in front of them, and it was gruesome. They were all realizing that even though these superhumans had all this power, they could still be killed if they took on a monster that was far stronger than them. Pat was watching the scene on his large television, and he was biting his fingernails desperately as he waited to see what would happen. Pat had been screaming for Mark through the comms for more than 30 seconds, and Pat didn't get any response at all from him. That could either mean that Mark somehow lost the earpiece when he was being beaten by the Calamity class monster, or Mark was incapable of answering because he was passed out or dead. Pat was someone who always faced reality head-on. He knew that there was almost no chance that Mark could defeat a monster like that with his current ability. Mark would usually struggle against Disaster Class Anima, so this monster would be too much for him to handle. But even someone as realistic as Pat had a small part of himself that was wishing that Mark would make it. Mark couldn't just die like that. Not after everything that he has already been through. It wasn't possible. Come on, Mark. Are you really going to go out like this? It's too pathetic for someone like you. In the underground bunker in Nature Academy, there was nothing but silence among all the students as they all heard what the newscaster said. The students who were fans of Ghost were the most depressed out of all of them, but the one person who refused to be depressed was Francis. Francis grit his teeth and glared at the screen with intense resolve. He is not dead. Shut your stupid mouth right now cause you don't know what you're talking about. There is no way that Ghost would die against something like that. One of Francis' friends who was sitting beside him tried to make Francis calm down. They all saw what happened on the screen. There was no way that Ghost could survive something like that. The monster was too strong. Get the fuck off me. I said he is not dead. Ghost is stronger than anyone in the world. He wouldn't die just because someone dropped a building on him. Francis was impossible to reason with, and everyone decided that they would just leave him alone to calm down because he was glaring at everyone who tried to tell him that Ghost was dead. If they kept trying to talk to him, then they knew he might end up hitting them if he got too angry. Outside the bunker, Erit was still running through the hallways and shouting out for Mark as she searched through all the classes and offices where Mark could have been. She first checked their own class to see if he was there, but there was no one in the class, so she was sure that Mark must have left to go and hide somewhere else. Erit was not going to leave Mark all alone out here because she knew that he would never leave her if she was the one out here alone. Boom! Erit stopped running as she felt a heavy tremor shake the foundation of the school, and she had to hide close to a window to prevent any falling debris from hitting her. Once she was sure that the tremor had passed, she got back up and started to run towards the next office. Dune! 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 Once Erit got to the main staff office, she felt 3 more massive quakes that shook the entire hallway, and Erit ducked under a table and looked out the window at the side in shock as she wondered what the hell was going on out there. What the hell is this? There is something shaking the entire area. I've never felt anything like this before, but I think it's coming from under the building. I think it is coming from Ghost. There was a television in the staff room, and Erit poked her head out and watched as a reporter started to scream loudly about the tremors that were shaking the city. Erit didn't know what happened earlier, but she could remember that Ghost was the vigilante superhuman that was always helping out in the city. Was he the one causing all the tremors? Back with the fight happening in the middle of the city, the Calamity class monster that threw the building on Mark slammed its feet into the building as it felt the massive tremors that were shaking everything. Did this foolish human think he could win by making the earth shake? There was nothing that would stop them from taking him away with them. They needed him to make their queen awaken, and they would surely get what they wanted. They needed him to make their queen awaken, and they would surely get what they wanted. Screech! Boom! The Calamity class screeched as it reached down to pry the building off and grab Mark, but it didn't even get a chance to do that before a hand suddenly burst out from under the building and grabbed it by its face. The Calamity class was shocked as a powerful force, stronger than anything it had ever felt before, dragged it closer while squeezing down on its face with massive force. Mark's face slowly started to emerge from under the building with a demonic glare, and for the first time in its life, the Calamity class felt something like fear. Screech! Slam! Mark let go of the ant's face and slammed his fist into its jaw, sending it flying into the skyscraper at the side. Mark grabbed the edge of the hole that he made and slowly pulled himself out from under the building as he stood tall in full view of the world. Everyone in the entire world was stunned as they saw the imposing figure of Ghost drag his way out from under the building. They all thought that Ghost was dead, but it turns out that he was perfectly fine. He's alive. Ghost is alive. I can't believe this. Even after having a building dropped on him, Ghost still managed to crawl his way out from under and he is standing strong against the monster. And, hold on. Zoom in. Zoom in right now. Oh my god. It seems that in the chaos, Ghost has lost his mask, and his face is exposed. We can finally get a look at the face of the vigilante that has protected us for years. Mark was standing on top of the building and trying to catch his breath as he looked around at all the destruction that the fight between him and the Calamity already caused. The city was a complete wreck, and it would take a long time for them to fix the extent of damage from this fight. The user is fighting against an enemy 1 rank higher. The effects of He Who Perseveres Through Hell will be activated. A 10% increase has been added to all stats. Superhuman system. Name, Mark Vanitas. Race, human. Title, He Who Perseveres Through Hell. Rank, A, 1900/3000. Affiliation, True Good. Strength, 750, plus 75. Stamina, 600, plus 60. Agility, 550, plus 55. Durability, 400, plus 40. Mana, 170, plus 17. System notification: system stats are greatly unbalanced, and the user is advised to improve the lacking stats to ensure proper growth. Skill tree. Full body constitution. This is a unique skill tree enabling the user to systematically enhance and fortify every aspect of their physical form, elevating strength and resilience to unprecedented levels. Current full body constitution: Soldier and Constitution, 1 out of 100. Soldier and Constitution: this skill endows the user with the ability to enhance their physical strength to levels proportionate to that of a soldier ant, enabling them to withstand power that is 10 times higher than their current physical capability. Mana circulation. Mana circulation is a skill enabling the user to enhance the efficiency of mana distribution throughout their body, optimizing energy flow for heightened senses and greater strength. Current mana circulation stage, F rank, 11 out of 100. Stat improvements due to application of mana. Strength, plus 4%. Stamina, plus 4%. Comment from GOG, ha. You're still so fucking weak. New mission alert: crush the Calamity Class Anima without suffering any more damage. The Calamity Class Anima has dealt significant damage to the user, and the user's durability level is less than half of what it should be. Crush the Calamity class and win this fight without suffering any more damage to your body. Rewards: plus 50 stat points. Plus 50 skill points. The user will gain a new skill tree. Failure: minus 20 stat points from any 2 stat chosen at random. Mark read through all of these notifications quickly, and he was able to understand everything at once. So the system wants him to win this fight without getting hit even once by the Calamity class. It sounds like an absurd request, but as Mark was now, he knew that he could do it. Mark's stamina and strength were already back to their best, so he was sure that he could hold his own against the ant anima. Mark. You're alive. I thought you were dead. Where is your fucking mask? Pat's voice came through the comms, and Mark put his hand up in shock to find out that his mask was gone. Mark looked up and saw that there was a camera looking down at him. He wouldn't be able to hide his face anymore since he didn't even know when he lost the mask, so he knew that there was no need for him to bother finding the mask anymore since everyone had already seen his face. Mark was not happy about the fact that his identity was now exposed, but he didn't mind it as much as he thought he would. Mark wasn't hiding his identity because he was afraid of anyone, he was just hiding it because he liked the anonymity that he had. There was a lot less shit to deal with when no one knows who you are. Mark decided that the gig was up, and he would have to deal with the reporters and popularity for a while after this fight. Mark just ignored the camera that was still looking down at him as a loud screech pierced through the air and drew everyone's attention. Thud. Thud. 2 figures landed on the building beside Mark, and Mark turned to see that Tilda and Lightning Rider had finally reached them. The time difference between when Mark was buried under the building and when he came up was just over 30 seconds, so the 2 of them were only reaching the building now. Mark could see the surprise on their faces as they looked at his face, and he knew that they had a lot of questions that they wanted to ask him, but he didn't allow them to ask anything as he turned to look at the monster that was dragging itself out of the building angrily. Tilda was shocked as she stared at Mark's face. No matter how she looked at him, there was no doubt that this was only a young man. He was basically a teenager. A teenager has been fighting alongside them all this time with this much power. Tilda didn't know any superhumans below the age of 20 who fought on the field actively. All the superhumans that faced off against Anima were mature already, and none of them were even in college anymore, so Tilda was stunned by Mark's age. Go and help the other superhumans. I don't think they can last against the disaster classes for long. I'll handle this anima and draw it away from the others. If the reinforcements arrive, then send them this way. Tilda muttered a surprised "what" when she heard Mark saying this. Was he insane? Did he really intend to send them away and fight against that monster alone? Lightning Rider brought out his pole and got ready to fight along with Mark as he completely ignored Mark's words. Don't get ahead of yourself just because you managed to get a lucky hit. If you think that you can beat a Calamity class on your own, then you're delusional. Lightning Rider said this, and Mark shook his head at them. Mark wasn't just telling them to leave because he wanted to fight alone. This Calamity class would not even look at them if they stayed here to fight. For some reason, the Calamity class was focused on Mark and was only sending all his attacks at Mark. Mark knew that there was a reason for this, but he didn't care since they couldn't do anything about it right now. All he knew was that the two of them would be able to do a lot more for the other superhumans who were struggling against the disaster classes. All Mark knew was that Tilda and Lightning Rider would be able to do a lot more for the other superhumans who were struggling against the disaster classes. Mark explained this to both of them, and the two superhumans looked at each other as they saw the sense in what he said. It was true that the Calamity class was only focusing on Mark, and it completely ignored them even when it had a chance to attack. There would be a lot more to gain by them leaving the fight to Mark and then going to help the other superhumans to fight against the disaster classes. Lightning Rider heard all of this and accepted that it was right, but he was still against just leaving Mark here on his own. Lightning Rider was someone who always wanted to do what was right, and he knew that the right thing to do right now was to help Mark fight against this Calamity class. Lightning Rider opened his mouth to say this to Mark, but Tilda beat him to the punch as she easily agreed with what Mark said. Lightning Rider turned to her in shock, and she quickly explained her reasoning. There are too many disaster classes, and the reinforcements are already on their way. We can prevent more deaths by helping the other superhumans while Ghost holds his own against the Calamity class. Even if we stay here, then the Calamity class will only ignore us and we will be useless. If Ghost thinks he can hold it back, then there is no need to stop him. When the reinforcements come, then they can come to finish off the fight. Both Mark and Lightning Rider understood what Tilda was saying. Tilda was not trying to put Mark in front of the Calamity class while hoping that Mark would win. She was only telling Mark to hold the Calamity class back for a few more minutes so that the reinforcements could arrive. But Mark really didn't have any intention of doing something like that. Mark was going to kill this monster before the reinforcements arrived. His status rewards depended on it. Mark didn't know if he would get the rewards if he got help from others, but he would rather not risk it. If the user is aided in completing the mission, then all rewards will be forfeited and the punishment for failure will be passed instead. Well, that answers that question. Mark had no intention of losing any of his stat points, so there was no way he would allow anyone to help him in completing this mission. Lightning Rider was still looking like he wanted to argue about the decision they just made, but after a few moments, he finally grunted as he reluctantly agreed to it. He rolled his staff around as lightning began to converge around him. "Don't die, kid." This was all he said before he and Tilda dashed away from the scene in flashes of yellow and lightning blue to go and help out the other superhumans. Mark just chuckled at what Lightning Rider said. Die? Who said anything about dying? That was never even an option against a monster like this. Mark turned back to the Calamity class that finally pulled itself from the building, and Mark allowed his face to split into a sadistic grin as he spread his arms wide. "Come to daddy, bitch." Screech. Kaboom. A massive shockwave erupted across the entire battlefield as the anima shot forward, and Mark just stood still as the anima drew its hand back and sent a punch straight at Mark's face. Slam. Mark brought his hand forward and braced his feet as he caught the punch in one hand. The ground under his feet cracked and splintered, but he didn't move an inch as he received the full force of the anima's hit. Mark was able to hold his own against the ant-head anima even when he didn't have a system. He got the beating of his life, but at least he didn't die. Now that Mark had his system that granted him a strong constitution as well as the mana that was flowing through his body, his strength was boosted to a much higher point than before. It was as if Mark was a completely different person. Mark felt a manic laugh bubble out from inside his body as he pulled the anima towards Hit. Was this all it had? This was what Mark thought he would die for. Mark realized at that moment that Sozin was right. This motherfucking bastard was so weak. Bam! 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 Mark held on tight to the Anima's fist, and 3 massive dents appeared in the Anima's armor as Mark sent 3 punches straight at its stomach. The wind around the area distorted as massive shockwaves flew out from the Anima's body, and it spat out a wad of red blood in pain. Screech! Don't go dying on me just yet. Slam! Mark threw the Anima into the air and performed a twist before he kicked it back into the building that they had been fighting in. Mark shot off the ground and followed it into the building to continue the fight. The Anima screeched as it forced itself to stop flying. It formed claws with its 2 hands and it slashed them across the air in Mark's direction. The slashes formed pressurized air that easily cut through the columns of the building before the wind slashed straight for Mark. Crumble. The broken columns weakened the structural integrity of the house, and before long, the entire building was coming down on them. But neither of them gave a fuck about that as they were more focused on the fight in front of them. Mark ducked low and grabbed one of the metal pipes that had been lying around on the floor. He slid to a stop right beside the Anima and he slammed the pipe like a bat into the Anima's head faster than the Anima could turn. Slam! The Anima was sent flying from the force of the hit, and Mark didn't let up as he followed after it and sent another hit into its stomach, pushing it out from the window and sending it plummeting to the ground. Crash! The building was still falling as the 2 monsters fought, and Mark was sure that anyone in the area would surely die from the falling building. But Mark couldn't stop to think about that because this was more important. The Anima screeched as it saw Mark burst through the window as well to continue the onslaught. It was a relentless attack, and the Anima was desperately trying to understand what was going on. It felt like it was missing something big. How did this human manage to gain this much power in that short time? Was this normal? No. It is not normal. All the superhumans that I have killed have never gained this much power during a fight. There has to be something that it was missing. Ha 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 ha. A manic laughter coming from above made the Anima's blood freeze. It saw Mark with his hand pulled back as he flew down towards it like a rocket. At that moment, the Anima couldn't see Mark. All it saw was a demon. A demon in human skin. If that hits, then the Anima knew that this would be the end of it. It had to put all of its power into one last-ditch effort to try and win this fight. It will be a battle of their strongest attacks, and the Anima was going to go all out to win this no matter what. Screech! The Anima diverted all of its power to its arm, and the armored plates on its arm shifted and formed a glove that covered its right fist as the muscles on its right arm began to bulge and enlarge until they were twice their normal size. The 2 titans prepared their most powerful attack, and they met right in the middle in one last showdown. Slam! K-boom! The effects of the hit could be felt in all directions for miles as massive wind pressure threatened to blow down houses and throw roofs off buildings. The news helicopter that had been following the action lost control, and it began to spin erratically as the driver tried his best to get it back under control. By the time they managed to get the helicopter back under control, the reporter had to struggle to get her clothes into a proper state as her shirt and skirt were almost blown off from the force of the wind. She didn't even bother trying to fix her hair because she knew that it would be impossible, and she just searched for her microphone and picked it up while waiting for the cameraman to bring the camera up again. The dust in the area began to clear up and the reporter's eyes widened in shock as she saw Ghost standing alone on top of the broken and torn body of the headless Anima. He won, he really won. Ghost won the battle. I can't believe it. I can't believe that he won. The Calamity class that threatened to destroy the city has been killed by Ghost in an awesome display of undeniable power. Have you ever seen anything like this? I'm right here seeing it live and I still can't believe it. Ghost really won. The reporter was shouting at the top of her lungs as her excitement threatened to drive her insane. She was so excited that she didn't even care about how she was being viewed by the rest of the world, and she grabbed her hair and pulled on it desperately, crying in joy and relief. She was so scared that they were all going to get killed by the Calamity class, so her relief was too much for her to bear and she just began to cry like a child. All over the world, people were screaming and laughing in joy as they watched ghosts standing over the dead body of the Calamity class. Even those who weren't directly affected by the attack couldn't help but be happy about the victory. The only place that seemed to be as silent as a graveyard was Nature Academy itself. All the students and teachers of the academy were as silent as a graveyard as they saw one of their own students standing over the dead body of a monster beyond their imagination. Mark was a superhuman. That was something that they couldn't wrap their heads around. They couldn't even begin to try to accept it because it just didn't make any sense. Mark was one of the most inconspicuous people in the school, and he didn't even talk that much unless he was around Erit. The teachers all disliked him because he was always skipping class, and many of the students ignored him even when he was being harassed by Francis because they didn't want to get involved in anything regarding Francis. If they got involved, then they were sure that they would be the next victim of the harassment. To think that someone like that was a superhuman was impossible. Some of the students who had been mean to Mark in the past started to feel a bit of dread fill them as they thought about what he could have done to them if he got angry. If they had taken their harassment too far, then wouldn't he have just crushed all of them like ants? The one person that everyone expected to be the most shocked was Francis. They all knew about the feud between Francis and Mark, and they expected a big reaction from Francis. But Francis didn't react. He didn't say anything about the fight, and he didn't say anything about the reveal. Francis just silently sat and stared at the television with an empty look in his eyes. Rat-a-tat-tat-ta. The sound of a helicopter coming toward City A from the east echoed through the city. The helicopter maneuvered its way toward where some of the disaster-class monsters were fighting against the Superhumans, and two figures jumped out from the helicopter while it was still in the air and landed on the ground. Boom! Did we really have to come here? I really don't like being in backwater cities like this one. A guttural voice spoke up as the smoke cleared up to reveal a man and a woman. The man was large, and his shirt was tight, showing many muscles rippling beneath it. This man was named Tyler, and he was an A ranker capable of fighting on equal grounds with weaker S ranks. His blessing was from the god of flames, allowing him to use fire to incinerate his enemies. The woman beside him was named Fiona, and she was also an A ranker on par with Tyler. She was a beautiful woman with large breasts and wide seductive hips. Her long auburn hair framed her perfect face and made her blue eyes stand out beautifully. Her dress was cut low in the chest area, so every man in the area couldn't help but turn to look at her with lust in their eyes once they both landed. Fiona was blessed by the goddess of love herself. And even though her blessing was only a minor one, it gave her enough power to seduce anyone that she encountered. It didn't matter if it was a man or beast. She could make you fall for her with nothing but a glance. The two superhumans were from the Emergency Response Unit of the National Superhuman Alliance. The National Superhuman Alliance was a large body that encompassed all of the superhumans in the world. Every superhuman that existed and lived in America was registered under the American NSA branch without exception. But even though the Alliance had the authority to enforce the registration of superhumans, they did not have the authority to force superhumans to go and fight. Many superhumans who registered with the NSA didn't bother fighting under the NSA because they knew that they would not get as much recognition or compensation from a government body. Instead, they went to fight under a separate guild that would pay them a lot more money and give them a lot more freedom. The only time that superhumans were mandated to go and fight by the NSA was when emergencies like this arose and reinforcements were asked for. If there were no superhumans registered under the NSA nearby, then the closest superhumans must respond to the call for help, and they would be paid for fighting off the monsters that they encountered by the government. Fiona and Tyler were part of a separate guild called the Artemis Guild, and the only reason why they were even here was because they were the closest superhumans who could respond to the call for reinforcements by Tilda. Tyler looked like he would rather be doing anything else, and Fiona just glanced around with an alluring look in her eyes as her thoughts ran wild. She was already thinking about how strong the Calamity class that attacked this place must be for it to have caused this much damage in such a short time. Once these two superhumans landed, all the monsters in the area turned toward them with mad looks in their eyes as they were immediately lured in by Fiona's seduction ability. Her ability to seduce anyone was a wide-area effect skill that she would use to put the monsters under a trance and make them charge towards her. It was very effective in drawing in aggro so that Tyler could handle monsters easily. "I'll leave the pitiful creatures to you. Try not to cause them too much pain since they are now under my control. They are my precious little babies after all." Fiona said this to Tyler after she noticed that all the monsters were running towards them, and she slowly backed away. When Fiona talked, she spoke in a motherly manner that would make even the strongest of men call her mummy. If not for the fact that Tyler was already used to her skill, then he would have definitely fallen for it as well. Fiona jumped away from the area just as a large flame began to surge around Tyler, and a massive storm of fire erupted around his body to signal the beginning of his attack. The monsters would not stand a chance against Tyler, and Fiona was sure that Tyler would not leave any of them alive, so she could leave this place and go toward the area where she sensed the Calamity Class and Mark were. Fiona landed on top of a building and looked down on the area where Mark fought against the Calamity Class, and she could only raise her hand to her mouth in shock. "Oh my, this is far beyond what we expected. Did that vigilante really cause all of this? I already disregarded him, but maybe I should reevaluate his worth. It might not be so bad to have him in the Artemis Guild." Fiona began to talk to herself as she looked at Mark's handiwork, and she knew that he would not be a bad addition to her guild. There were already 2 S ranks in her guild, but from the amount of destruction here, Fiona could tell that Mark was on a different level from those S ranks. They needed strong people if they were going to stand out from all the other guilds out there. The entire area was a wreck. The buildings were destroyed, and flames were surging to life because some of the gas pipelines in the buildings were starting to burst and leak. There was going to be a very large uproar about this incident, and it would probably take months for them to properly fix the damage that it caused. And standing in the middle of the wreckage without a care in the world was the man who caused all of it. Fiona narrowed her eyes at him curiously, and she wondered what sort of person Ghost was. She could tell that he was just a teenager from how young he looked, but that was all she could tell. Well, as long as he was a teenager and a man, things would be easy for her. He is just another person that she needs to get under her control. User has successfully completed the mission, crushed the Calamity Class Anima without suffering any more damage. The Calamity Class Anima has dealt significant damage to the user, and the user's durability level is less than half of what it should be. Crush the Calamity Class and win this fight without suffering any more damage to your body. Rewards: plus 50 stat points. Plus 50 skill points. The user will gain a new skill tree. The user has gained the new evolvable skill tree, Taunting. Current Taunting variation, Call of the Shadow Wolves, F rank. Taunting, F rank, 1 out of 100, this skill lures enemies with a lower rank towards the user, diverting their attention from all distractions and encouraging aggressive engagement. At the current level, the skill has a 20% chance of working on opponents 1 rank lower than the user. Comment from GOG: be careful with this one. It can be a blessing and a curse. Mark read through the system notifications and he agreed that this new skill tree could be both a blessing and a curse. If Mark used it properly, then he could gain more power by taking all the kills for himself, but if he didn't use it well, then he would end up biting off more than he could chew. Mark closed this tab, and another tab came up immediately after. Due to constant action, the user has unlocked a new evolvable skill tree, Blunt Force Trauma. Blunt Force Trauma, F rank, 1/100, this skill heightens the probability of landing a critical hit as the user delivers consecutive successful punches to the enemy, harnessing the cumulative impact for devastating effectiveness. At the current level, the chances of landing a critical attack increase by 1% with every consecutive punch. Critical attack deals plus 100% extra damage to the enemy. Wait. I can get skills just from repeating actions. This was an amazing discovery for Mark. He didn't know that he could make a skill just by doing one thing over and over again. The possible applications for this were endless. Mark could learn how to use a weapon and practice with it over and over again until it becomes a skill. Or he could learn a martial art and repeat the actions until the system recognized it as a skill. The superhuman system can only create skills from actions that are done during battle. Actions carried out outside of battle will only improve stats and existing skill points. Mark deflated in annoyance as the system sent this message, but he didn't stay down for long as he recognized that this was still an amazing development. The possibility that Mark could make a martial art into a skill was still high, but Mark decided against trying to make a weapon-based skill. Learning how to use weapons was too tedious and time-consuming, and Mark would rather use that time to learn a martial art since he loved fighting with his fists more. Mark looked at the skill that he got, and he could immediately tell that this skill was amazing just from the description that he read. The skill would allow Mark to land more dangerous punches the longer he fights against his enemy. The longer he fights, the higher the chance that he would be able to land a critical hit and the higher the chance of him winning. The skill was awesome. Superhuman system. Name, Mark Vanitas. Race, human. Title, He Who Perseveres Through Hell. Plus 10% increase to all stats. Rank, A, 1900/3000. Affiliation, True Good. Unused stat points, 50. Unused skill points, 50. Strength, 750, plus 75, plus 70. Stamina, 600, plus 60, plus 58. Agility, 550, plus 55. Durability, 400, plus 40. Mana, 170, plus 17. System stats are greatly unbalanced, and the user is advised to improve the lacking stat to ensure proper growth. Skill Tree. Full Body Constitution. This is a unique skill tree enabling the user to systematically enhance and fortify every aspect of their physical form, elevating strength and resilience to unprecedented levels. Current Full Body Constitution, Soldier Ant Constitution, 1 out of 100. Soldier Ant Constitution. This skill endows the user with the ability to enhance their physical strength to levels proportionate to that of a soldier ant, enabling them to withstand power that is 10 times higher than their current physical capability. Mana Circulation. Mana Circulation is a skill enabling the user to enhance the efficiency of mana distribution throughout their body, optimizing energy flow for heightened senses and greater strength. Current Mana Circulation Stage, F rank, 11 out of 100. Stat improvements due to application of mana. Strength, plus 4%. Stamina, plus 4%. Taunting. This skill lures enemies with a lower rank towards the user, diverting their attention from all distractions and encouraging aggressive engagement. Current taunting variation, Call of the Night Wolves, F rank, 1/100. Probability of successful taunting based on level, 20%. A Blunt Force Trauma. This skill heightens the probability of landing a critical hit as the user delivers consecutive successful punches to the enemy, harnessing the cumulative impact for devastating effectiveness. Critical attacks deal plus 100% extra damage to the enemy. Current rank. F rank, 1 to 100. Probability of landing a critical attack, plus 1% for every successful consecutive hit. Comment from GOG. I just checked and I saw that you're still a fucking virgin. Ha ha ha. All these skills and yet you have no bitches. Mark felt his eye twitch in annoyance as he read the message from Sozin. What the fuck does he mean by he checked? How can you check if a man is a virgin or not? Does Sozin mean that he went and watched Mark's life? Or wait, did he go through my memories? This fucking bastard. How can you go through someone's memories looking for something as stupid as that? Mark sighed in anger as he tried his best to get Sozin out of his head, and he looked at the skill and stat points that he got from the successful completion of the mission. Mark wanted to just put everything into mana circulation, and the mana stat once again since the prompt from the system was telling him that his stats were unbalanced, but Mark thought about it and he knew that it would be stupid. Mark already put a lot into his mana stat and the mana circulation skill before, so why not put some of the points into the full body constitution skill? Full body constitution. allows Mark to multiply his overall abilities just like the mana circulation skill, and from what Mark read in the system, he could evolve the full body constitution skill and gain another skill that would make him far stronger. It was a good investment, and Mark decided that he would put 20 points into full body constitution, and 15 into blunt force trauma. He would then separate the remaining skill points into taunting and mana circulation. Mark was interested in how taunting works, and he knew that it would be beneficial in the future if he wanted to rack up as many kills as possible, but he didn't need it as much as he needs mana circulation right now, so he would add 5 points into taunting, and the remaining 10 points into mana circulation. Does the user wish to distribute points across the selected skills? Yes/no. Mark chose yes, and he felt his body slowly changing and growing in strength as the points were immediately sent towards the selected skills. The user has added 20 points to soldier and constitution. The user has added 15 points to blunt force trauma. The user has added 5 points to Call of the Night Wolves. The user has added 10 points to mana circulation. Once Mark was finished with that, he then turned towards the stat points that he had, and he thought about how to distribute them. There were 50 stat points, the same number as the skill points, but Mark knew it would be much more difficult to distribute the stat points since he could easily make or break the balance of his strength based on what he does. The most important stat to raise right now was mana, since it was so much lower than all the other stats, but Mark was also interested in raising his durability and agility. Durability would help to make sure that Mark takes less damage from attacks, and agility would help him to dodge attacks easier. Mark didn't like how many times he got hit in the battle that just finished. Mark knew that the reason he got hit so much was mainly because he didn't have enough agility to move around like he wanted. Does the user wish to distribute points across the selected stats? Yes/no. Mark chose yes once again, and he could feel more changes occurring in his body as his stats were augmented based on what he chose. The user has added 20 points to durability. The user has added 10 points to agility. The user has added 20 points to mana. Mark finally sighed as he finished adding the arduous task of adding stat and skill points to his system. Mark could see how important these points were, and he decided that he would have to find a way to store up some points from now on so that he could add them if he was ever in a losing fight. It wasn't very efficient to start adding stat and skill points while he was on the battlefield, but you should always be prepared in case there is an emergency. Well, aren't you quite the looker? A sultry voice that immediately pierced through Mark's ears and went straight into his head came from behind him, and Mark could feel a slight fuzzy feeling in his head telling him to turn around obediently and bend down like a dog in front of whoever was standing there. Mark has to serve his new mistress and give her his everything. External stimuli detected by system. Analyzing. The system categorizes external stimuli as a potential danger to the system's survival. Countermeasures will be taken. System has blocked the external stimuli. Potential danger neutralized. Since the system lived inside of Mark's brain, and Fiona's powers worked by taking control of the cerebral cortex of the brain and making whoever she entraps into her slave. The system saw Fiona's power as a threat to itself and blocked the power for its own survival. Mark shook his head slightly and grunted in annoyance as he felt the fuzzy feeling in his head clearing up. He turned around with a scowl and glared at the person standing there. Mark could immediately tell that the woman was a superhuman from the way she carried herself. She radiated a kind, soothing power that was no less dangerous than Yellow Phantom. She had to be at least an A rank. Who the heck are you? Fiona was shocked once she heard Mark's tone. Fiona was someone who was very confident in her ability to seduce anyone with only a single sentence. She didn't even need to say anything sometimes. Her mere presence would make people subservient to her. So how was this teenage boy, who should be the horniest animal in the world, managing to block against her attack? No. I'm sure that it is just a fluke. He must still be filled with adrenaline, so he is just on edge. Sometimes, when someone has too much adrenaline running through them, or their emotions are a complete mess, they won't be able to know that they are under Fiona's spell and her blessing would lag a bit. But Fiona's blessing always worked, so she was sure that it would work if she tried a second time. Mark saw hundreds of emotions flash across Fiona's face, and he was sure that it had something to do with her blessing being blocked. Mark could tell that she was not used to people being able to counter her blessing, and she was feeling annoyed by that. Fiona cleared her throat and allowed a beautiful smile to stretch across her lips as she looked up at Mark with lidded eyes. Her cleavage seemed even more succulent, and her gown flowed perfectly with the wind, hugging her body tightly as her blessing poured out from her in waves. She sent all her seductiveness at Mark all at once. "Won't you be a little nicer to this big sister? You just met me for the first time today, didn't you? Let's be friends. Potential danger has been neutralized." Before the blessing could entrap Mark, his system came up once again and blocked all of it, making it useless. Mark blinked down at the woman with nothing but impassiveness in his gaze. He couldn't deny that she was beautiful. Her full hips and bountiful breasts were very alluring, but Mark was not affected by it at all. Mark lives with Erit, who is one of the most beautiful girls he has ever seen in his life. Big boobs were a part of his everyday life. "If you don't have anything sensible to say, then I'll be leaving. I have things to do." Once Mark said this to Fiona, he turned and was about to jump away. He wanted to go and check on Erit as quickly as possible to make sure that she was all right. Knowing Erit, Mark was sure that she would be extremely worried about him, and she would have almost run mad from the shock that she would receive from seeing him on TV as Ghost. Mark was not looking forward to that conversation. "Wait. Where the heck do you think you're going? Why are you even moving?" Fiona was no longer calm. "Wait. Where the hell do you think you're going? Why are you even moving?" Fiona lost her cool and suddenly shouted at Mark as she noticed that he was not under her control. This was the first time that she would ever experience something like this, so she had no idea how to react. It was too shocking. She took a deep breath once she saw Mark stop moving, and she decided that she had to use a different strategy here. It was obvious that her blessing was useless against Mark. Is it because he is of a far higher rank than her? How was that possible? Fiona's blessing only failed when the person she was trying to entrap was far higher than her in rank. But even as an A rank, Fiona was still one of the strongest A ranks in the world, and she could easily trap low-level S ranks. There were only a few S ranks in the whole world who could withstand her power, and she knew them all, so she was certain that there shouldn't be anyone capable of resisting her. But yet, there was someone else who could resist her blessing. It fucking pissed her off. "We need you to come with us. There are a lot of unanswered questions, and the NSA would like to have a few words with you about what happened here." Fiona decided that she would just try to get Mark to come with them instead of trying to lure him using her ability. The NSA? Mark was confused for a moment as he heard this before he remembered that the NSA was the governing body for superhumans in America. The National Superhuman Association was like the superhuman government that was separate from the actual government. Mark has never had to deal with them before because he was always working in the shadows. As a vigilante, the NSA had no idea who Mark was, so there was no way for them to try and force him under them. But now that his face was revealed, they would do anything to get him. Mark didn't mind registering with the NSA, but he was not going to do that now. He first needed to make sure that Erit was alright, then he could go and do whatever they wanted him to do. "Sorry, maybe you can set a different date or something. There is someone I have to look for right now, and I can't leave them alone without knowing if they are alright." Mark was about to leap away again, but Fiona's next words froze him in place. Fiona put her palm against her cheek and turned away with a small smile. "It's that girl. Erit, that was her name, right? You shouldn't worry about her, she is safe. I sent a few soldiers to make sure of it. You should just come with us and we'll discuss first." Doom. Fiona's eyes widened as a massive pressure suddenly fell upon the area. She looked at Mark, and she saw that his entire body was radiating intense anger. Mark glared at Fiona and took a threatening step forward. If there is even a single hair missing on her head when I see her, talking to me will be the very least of your problems. Fiona quickly began to surge mana through her body as she anticipated a fight from Mark. She didn't know what sort of person Mark was, and she wasn't sure if he would attack her on the spot or not, but she was not going to risk it. They managed to do a quick search into Mark's life once they saw his face on TV, and they found a weakness that they could exploit to get him to cooperate with them so he doesn't go out of control. It was the only way that they could think of to make him do what they wanted, since superhumans are always unpredictable. But Fiona realized that she should have been more careful with how she told him about them taking Erit. Fiona was not a frontline fighter, and she knew that she would not be able to withstand an attack from Mark since her blessing didn't work on him. She should have come here with Tyler. Ring. 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 Fiona's comm began to ring, and Fiona grunted in annoyance as she pressed the button to answer. What is it? I'm not in the best position to talk since I'm a little busy right now. If you want to say something, then come here and tell me. Fiona tried to make things even out by bringing some reinforcement, but the person on the other end of the call didn't come with any sort of good news. Madam Fiona, there is a problem. The girl is missing from the school. Fiona blinked in shock and glanced at Mark for a moment before she took another step back and asked them to explain what the fuck they meant by she was missing from the school. Fiona only sent the men to retrieve Erit now, and she thought that she would already be in their custody since they knew exactly where Nature Academy was, but now they were saying that she wasn't there. What kind of bullshit is that? Erit is only a normal human, and the men that went to retrieve her were all E and F rank superhumans. There is no way she can run away from people like that. We searched through the bunker and the entire school, and we couldn't find any traces of the girl. But there was something else. A fight broke out in one of the classrooms. There are scratch marks. And blood. Fiona could feel her heart beating faster and faster. The thing that the man was saying was making it sound like Erit was dead. There is no way. They couldn't possibly have that much bad luck. Fiona glanced at Mark once more, and she watched her words and made sure not to say anything that would make him deduce what they were talking about. Fiona knew that Erit was the most important person to Mark, and she didn't want to risk angering Mark now since she knew that his power was almost on par with other S ranks. If an S rank goes on a rampage in anger, then there is nothing anyone can do to stop that S rank from destroying at least 3 cities. It would take another S rank to stop them, and that fight would also end badly for the regular humans since they are the ones that would be trampled on by the superhumans. After all, when 2 elephants fight, only the grass beneath their feet feels it the most. Fiona whispered into the phone. Find her. I don't care what method you use. I don't care how much time it takes. Find her now and take her into custody. If there is no body, then I am sure she is not dead, just find her. Hey! Exclamation point. Fiona turned around sharply as she suddenly saw Mark standing right in front of her, and she had to crane her neck up to get a good look at his face. She had no idea that he was so tall. He had been standing far from her just a second ago, and she wasn't able to really measure their height difference, but now that they were standing chest to chest like this, she could tell that she was not even as tall as his shoulders. Fiona measured how fast Mark must have moved in her mind, and she decided that he was at least as fast as Tyler. Tyler needs to hurry up and finish with those disaster classes so he can come here to help her. I'm going to search for Erit right now, and you better pray to your government that I find her. There are limits to what a person can endure from your NSA. You came here and told me that you have her in custody, and now I am hearing that she has gone missing. Does your government really want to make an enemy of me that badly? Mark didn't give a damn if he made the entire world his enemy at this point. If he learns that something happened to Erit, then he would immediately start throwing hands. He would beat the crap out of everything and everyone in his path as he looks for her. The entire world could go to hell, but Mark was never going to allow his precious people to get into trouble because of his powers. Fiona grit her teeth inside her mouth once she heard this to prevent herself from showing any weaknesses. She was sure that Mark was going to attack her, but after a few seconds of glaring at her, Mark leaned back. This is the exact reason why Mark never wanted to tell Erit about his power and also why he wore a mask for so long. Superhumans are not treated in the same way that humans are treated. The government is always trying to find a way to put restrictions on superhumans, and they will try anything just to find a weakness. Mark's only weakness at this moment was Erit, and he was not going to forgive anyone that touched her. Mark. Listen to me. There's a problem. A big problem. The tracker that we placed on Erit is going crazy. Mark's AirPod came to life and Mark could hear Pat's frantic voice shouting over the comm. Mark put his hand up and frowned as he asked Pat what happened to Erit's tracker. Pat placed a tracker on himself and Mark a long time ago in case there was ever a situation where one of them was kidnapped and they couldn't escape on their own. That way, they would be able to find the other person and bring help. But Mark realized that Erit was also someone who could be kidnapped to get to him, so he told Pat to place a tracker on Erit as well. It was morally questionable and they knew that Erit would be pissed if she ever found out that they did it, but Mark was overprotective of Erit and he was not going to let her get in danger because of her relationship with him. If she was ever in danger, Mark was going to be there to get her out of it. What's happening to the tracker? Were you able to find out where she is? Pat was already tracking Erit once he heard what Fiona said about having her in custody, but once he traced the location of the tracker, he couldn't believe what he saw. The NSA sure as hell doesn't have her because she was in an unbelievable place. He was staring at an image of the tracker somewhere in the middle of the Atlantic Ocean. Mark, I don't think your wife is with the government at all. But that can't be right, it doesn't make sense. If the tracker is right, then she is somewhere in the middle of the Atlantic Ocean. And she is moving at an insane speed. Mark could only blink in surprise and frown. Did Pat just say that Erit was in the middle of the ocean? That had to be a lie. That couldn't possibly be true. Mark turned to Fiona and spoke in a hurry. What did your men find when they went to the school? Didn't they see Erit inside the bunker? Mark had a theory, but he didn't want to believe it even though a small part of him was already telling him that he was right, and when Fiona placed her hand on her cheek and frowned while shaking her head, Mark knew that he was right. Erit never went into the bunker after he left. What the heck is wrong with that stupid girl? Can't she think about her own life for once? Mark put his hand on his head and started to think deeply. There was a high chance that Erit was attacked by a monster if she was outside of the bunker. The anima attack reached all the way to the school, so they would have sensed Erit if she was not in the bunker. But then, if they sensed Erit, why didn't they just kill her and keep moving? This was a question that ran through Mark's mind and Mark had no answer for it as he could only wonder what the monsters were trying to do. There have been strange things happening since that disaster-class monster first appeared on the shore of the city yesterday. Why was the Calamity class only aiming for Mark during this fight? There were other superhumans there, but the Calamity class completely ignored them and came for Mark alone. And now that Erit was missing, they say that she is somewhere in the middle of the ocean. These things have to be related. Did they take Erit because they also know that I am close to her? Mark wondered if Erit had been taken by an anima in an effort to lure him out. But that wasn't possible. Were the anima ever capable of that much planning? Could they ever think that deeply before? They have always been creatures of destruction and this incident is the first time that they have attacked in a group of more than two. They have never had a plan when attacking people. But Mark was sure that this couldn't be a coincidence. There was a high chance that Mark was right and he was the reason behind all of this. Mark told Pat to try and find out where they could possibly be heading. I already did that. It seems that there is a small island a couple hundred miles away from the coast. The tracker has been moving towards this island non-stop and there is a high chance that this is where they are going. Pat, I need to get to that island now. Can you get me there? Mark only needed to say this and Pat immediately understood that Mark was asking for a means of transportation. Pat was not sure what was on that island and he hated it when Mark went into an unknown situation, but there was no one who could stop Mark when Erit was involved. Mark would swim to that island if he needed to. New mission alert. Save the kidnapped Erit before she loses her life. Rewards. Plus 200 stat points. Plus 200 skill points. The user will gain 1 random S-rank weapon. Failure. Minus 10 stat points from 3 random stats. Minus 10 skill points from 3 random skills. Erit will die. Mark read through the new mission from the system and he frowned as a new surge of motivation rose from inside him. This was confirmation that Erit was definitely not dead. He still had a chance to save her before the monsters killed her. He was going to save her no matter what. Mark read through the new mission from the system and he frowned as a new surge of motivation rose from inside him. This was confirmation that Erit was not dead. He still had a chance to save her before the monsters killed her. He was going to save her no matter what. Pat knew that Mark was already thinking of going to that island to save Arya and he knew that this was exactly what the monsters wanted. Pat was able to make the same deduction that Mark made earlier, that this kidnapping was a plan by the Anima to lure Mark into that island for some reason. And no matter how Pat looked at it, there was no way this would end well. The Anima are meant to be mindless creatures that could never think for themselves other than when they were trying to kill humans. They already caused enough damage as mindless creatures, so Pat could only imagine how much damage they could cause if they started thinking for themselves. Pat used satellite imaging to look at the island closely and he didn't like what he saw. It was a completely deserted island and there were only thousands of trees forming a dense forest surrounded by beaches on every side. There was no sign of any anima. But a closer look will show hundreds of openings all over the island floor that reveal a possible colony existing within the island. Mark could be walking right into an anima hive. I don't think you should do this, Mark. That island. It's obviously a trap. I think they need you for something and they are trying to make you come to that island by any means. Pat tried to reason with Mark, but Mark was silent on the other end of the call. He didn't say anything for almost 10 seconds and Pat knew that there was no need to talk to Mark anymore. Mark knew that it was a trap and he just didn't care. I can get a helicopter ready. I just bought one recently for a crash test, but I haven't gotten around to using it yet. It's currently somewhere in City C and I can bring it over in less than a day. Mark would always be surprised when he hears things like this. He already knew that Pat was rich. Richer than anybody that Mark had ever met, but this was insane. Pat made most of his money from buying and selling cryptocurrency, and since most of his money was in different crypto tokens, no one really knew how much money Pat had. Mark also made a lot of money through Pat's crypto trading, but he had no idea how much Pat really had. Why did you buy a helicopter for a fucking crash test? No, that's not important. Can you get it here faster? Like in an hour? The sound of clicking over the phone paused and Mark could almost hear the cogs turning in Pat's head. Pat thought about what Mark said and thought of all the possible ways to get the helicopter to him quickly, but there was nothing that he could do to get that helicopter there that quickly. 5 hours. If you can wait that long then I can get the helicopter to you if I push for it to be flown really quickly. I'm sorry, Mark. It's the best I can do. Mark growled deep in his throat as he heard this. He knew that it wasn't Pat's fault, but he felt angry right now. If only he had a way to fly, then he would be able to get to the island quickly. The first thing that Mark would do when he gets into another fight is jump off a fucking building so that he can trigger a flight skill. Fine. I'll be waiting. Just, hurry it up. Don't know what the monsters want with me, but I know they only took her so that I can come to them. I don't want anything to happen to her because of me. Yeah, I know. Don't think too hard about it, Mark. If they wanted her dead, then they would have killed her already. I can still see that her vital signs are active, so I'm sure they won't kill her since they want to use her as bait. Pat said all this as he tried to calm Mark down, but what Pat didn't say was that Arya's vital signs were extremely weak and it looked like she was already going into hypothermic shock from being in the water too long. Pat didn't know if Erit would survive long at this rate, but he was not going to say that to Mark since it would only make Mark more anxious to leave and save her. The best thing right now was for Mark to calm down and regain some of his energy. Did you say something about an island? Fiona spoke up suddenly and Mark was almost shocked that she was still standing there. Mark completely forgot that she was even here in the first place. He was so worried about Erit that her presence didn't even matter to him anymore. Slam! Two figures suddenly slammed into the ground behind Fiona and Mark only raised his head to look at the much taller man. Fiona didn't even react at all since she already knew who they were and she was more interested in talking to Mark right now. She wanted to know what he was talking about with the person on the phone. The two people that landed were Tyler and Tilda. Tilda looked very tired and she was already on her last leg with many injuries on her body, but she was relieved as she looked around at the destruction that occurred during the fight with the ant-headed anima. She couldn't believe that Ghost was able to defeat a monster like that all on his own and his image in her mind just increased by a lot. But there was still another problem and Tilda didn't know how to feel about it. She couldn't come to terms with the fact that Ghost was so young. Even though he was tall, there was still a very youthful look on his face and there was no denying that Ghost was still a teenager. Lightning Rider already left to go and get his wounds cleaned and bandaged, but Tilda knew that if he was here then he would be telling her that he was right all along. They should have looked deeper into Ghost's identity before allowing him to fight with them. She was grateful that he killed the Calamity class, but if she knew that he was just a child, then she would have tried harder to take him out of danger. However, Tilda also knew that her efforts would have been useless since the monster Mark fought was far above her power level. Tyler looked around the area that he was standing in with interest. He glanced down at the ant-headed anima that was just killed before looking up at Mark with a great amount of interest burning in his gaze. To think that a high school boy was responsible for all this. That was an amazing feat that Tyler had never seen before. Fight me. Tyler began to move towards Mark with a wide grin on his face and he cracked his knuckles as a flame began to surge to life from under his feet. Tyler wasted no time as he immediately challenged Mark to a fight. Mark narrowed his eyes and his muscles tensed as he prepared himself for the fight. Mark was always down to dish out a beating. Fwoom. Tyler just finished dealing with the disaster classes that were threatening the humans, so he was filled with adrenaline at this moment and the only thing he wanted to do was to test his abilities against someone like Mark. He and Mark were both brawlers so it would be a legendary battle. Stop this instant before I get angry, didn't you see that we were trying to have a civil conversation here? Fiona's teasing voice froze Tyler in place as her blessing flowed off her in waves and made his heart shudder. Tyler knew that it was only her blessing that was making him feel this way but he couldn't stop his reaction as he mellowed down immediately and grunted. Tyler was already used to Fiona's blessing and she couldn't make him her lap dog like what she could do to other men because he was as strong as her, but it was still hard for him to disobey her when she tells him to do something. Once she spoke, Tyler felt his adrenaline calm down and he put his hands in his pockets and turned away with another grunt. Fiona turned back to continue talking to Mark. Fiona knew that Tyler would be angry at her for a long time for using her blessing on him, but she basically just saved him from a beating. She now had more confidence in herself and she was sure that her blessing was still working properly. So that means that there wasn't anything wrong with her blessing, Mark was just too strong for her to affect. There is no way that Tyler would have been able to win against Mark since Mark is obviously stronger than him. I don't know what happened to your girlfriend, but I can guess that you want to go to that island for some reason, right? If you are talking about the island 200 miles off the coast of this city, then I think you will definitely want to come with us. Potential danger had been neutralized. Fiona gave Mark another of her seductive looks that made her seem more alluring than any woman should be able to, but Mark just frowned and asked her to explain herself. What was on that island and why would he need to come with her? Fiona frowned as she noticed that her blessing still didn't work on Mark again. She thought that throwing him off would make the blessing work, but it didn't. Fiona's blessing worked by affecting the central lobe of the brain that was responsible for critical thinking, and if a person is in a vulnerable state then it was easier for her to affect their minds, but it felt like Mark's brain was impenetrable. Tyler grunted from the side and spoke up when he noticed that Fiona was too annoyed to speak. Tyler wanted to get out of here as quickly as possible and Fiona was only wasting time. She should just tell him what he needs to know so that he will make a decision fast. There has been a lot of research about that island recently. Turns out that there are many heat signatures and some other unexplainable occurrences that have been happening here for a while now. We don't really understand all of it since we're not a part of the research team. But if you want to go to that island, then you should think about talking to the research team. Bam! Tyler looked to the side with a frown as Fiona suddenly slammed her elbow into his rib and he wondered what the hell she was planning this time. She was always trying to control people to do whatever she wanted, and if not for the fact that Tyler knew she was not a bad person that would try and make people do something dangerous, then he would have already killed her a long time ago. What Tyler here is trying to say is that you will not get anything out of going to the island alone. The Artemis Guild is currently working together with the NSA and we are planning a potential raid on that island in a few days. Maybe you can come along with the Artemis Guild. As a special guest of mine, that is. Mark ignored the sultry tone from Fiona and the notification that his system gave him that hindered another attempt by her to take over his mind. He couldn't wait that long to go to the island. Mark didn't know what they were planning to do on that island, but he believed them because Pat already told him that there were many heat signatures on that island and that meant that there were many monsters there. Mark didn't know the ranking of these monsters, and if all of them were as strong as the ant-headed Calamity that Mark just killed, then it would be impossible for him to fight through all of them to get to Erit. Since there were 5 hours before the helicopter got here, it might be more sensible for him to just go with the Superhumans and find out more about the island. If Mark notices that they are not interested in going to the island to save Erit immediately, then he will leave and go on his own. Fiona could see from Mark's eyes that he was not convinced. She thought that she would be able to convince him about going to the island and also make him interested in their guild at the same time, but it turns out that things cannot be that simple. Mark was going to need a lot more proof for him to see that he should go to that island alone. Very well then. You do not seem convinced, so let us take an excursion. I'm sure you'll feel a lot more willing to listen to what we have to say when you see what we have seen. Fiona's blessing flowed out from her once again and spread in all directions before grabbing hold of a man from over a kilometer away. Her blessing was strong enough that even from his distance, the man could understand what she wanted and obeyed her. Rat-a-tat-tat-ta. The man was the driver of the helicopter and he was immediately forced to bring the helicopter towards them by Fiona's power. This was how easy it was for Fiona to get anything that she wanted. She didn't even have to say a single word. Just spreading her blessing was enough for her to get anything that she wanted from anyone around her. In the eyes of humans, she was literally Aphrodite herself. Mark was skeptical about going with the Superhumans now. He knew that there was no need for him to wait for their help since he was going to get a helicopter from Pat later today, but Mark also had no idea what he was going to be meeting on that island. Pat already said it before that there were many heat signatures on that island and that meant that there were many monsters there. It would be better to learn more about the monsters there and what kind of ranking those monsters had before going to save Erit. Mark was desperate to try and get Erit out of there, but he wasn't stupid enough to believe that he could fight through a nest of Calamity-class monsters. The helicopter landed a few meters away from them and Tilda bid them farewell as she had to go and look after Lightning Rider and make sure that the treatment was going well. She thanked Fiona and Tyler for coming to help out in the battle, and Fiona only scoffed and told her that the Phoenix Guild owed the Artemis Guild a lot for the help that they gave them here and she would be calling in the favor at a later date. Tilda understood how the world of superhuman politics worked and she just thanked Fiona once more before she left. Once Tilda was gone, they all walked towards the helicopter and entered before it took off towards the National Superhuman Agency. Erit was cold. She huddled in on herself and shivered as she felt an intense cold dig deep into her bones and make her entire body hurt. Her wet uniform and socks only added to the cold and it made her head feel like it was filled with water. There was no solace from the cold in this place and the only thing that she could do was to hug herself tightly and hope that she would not be noticed by the many monsters that were walking around here. Erit had never seen something like this in her life. She was in an underground cavern that had stalactites growing from the ceiling and glowing with a light green hue to provide light for the environment and that allowed her to get a glimpse of the things that surrounded her. There were monsters everywhere. Ant-headed monsters, fish-headed monsters, and even some monkey-type anima moved across the cavern floor, carrying scraps of food. Sometimes they would take animal flesh and at other times they would take fish and even octopus deeper into the cavern. There was no stopping and they just continued to do this while ignoring Erit as she froze to death on the floor. Erit had never read about something like this. She was someone that always wanted to know new things, so she loved to read, and Erit had never heard of monsters working together like this. Why were they working together? According to what Erit studied, the anima were mindless creatures that only followed their natural instinct to attack humans once they saw them. But if that is the case, then Erit knew that she should be dead and the monsters here should not be working together. Were the humans wrong? Did they just not understand enough about the anima and they went ahead and thought that anima were all mindless creatures that had no purpose? Or maybe this was something new that humans have just never seen before. Maybe the anima were evolving. All these thoughts went through Erit's mind and she only hugged herself tighter as the intensity of the situation made her shiver once more. Mark, please. Save me. Erit could only think like this as she felt her body slowly going still. She had been hiding in the staff room, watching the television and trying to see if Ghost would win against the ant-headed anima that attacked the city, but she was stunned when she saw the face of Ghost. She had been looking for Mark all this time, but she had no idea that Mark was actually outside there fighting against that monster. She felt so stupid at that moment when all the various signs finally came into her mind and clicked into place. All the times that Mark would disappear from class and from the house. And all the time that he would come back with an injury that was too serious to be left untreated and she would have to help him so that it doesn't get infected. Erit thought that Mark was just a hooligan who liked to fight on the street and someone who likes to play hooky. She had no idea that he was actually a superhuman. She should have known. All the signs were right in front of her and she just kept on denying it because she trusted Mark more than anyone in her life. She was so stupid. She should have known. Erit kept on thinking in this manner while she was hiding in the staff room, but she didn't have any time to react as she suddenly heard a massive force crash into the window of the staff room and into the room. Erit turned around in shock and she saw that it was a fish-headed anima that was looking around her room and sniffing the air. She immediately hid under the table and held her mouth with both hands. What was an anima doing here? I thought that the superhumans were taking care of them. I don't know if I'll be able to, but I ain't going nowhere without giving you lovely people a first-class view of the handsome devil himself. There were multiple journalists and even some YouTube influencers surrounding the helicopter on every side as it landed. No matter what the guards did, they couldn't stop the reporters from going crazy and trying to break through to see Mark and ask him some questions. It felt like the president himself was walking out from the copter. In fact, the president wouldn't even have these many people coming to see him. This was the largest crowd that the NSA has ever seen since Superhumans started appearing 4 years ago. Mark could hear the sounds of the reporters even over the loud sound that the helicopter was making as it landed outside the National Superhuman Association building, and Mark came down from the helicopter along with Tyler and Fiona. Mark. Mark. Do you have anything to say to the people at home? How do you feel now that your identity has been revealed? Was there a reason behind you hiding your identity? Are there people after you? Marky. Won't you take a picture with Cutie Pie? Smile for the camera. Are you afraid that there will be more monsters to fight now that you defeated such a powerful anima? You are with Fiona and Tyler from the Artemis Guild. Do you intend to finally give up the solo act and join a guild? Are you going to join the National Superhumans Association or are you going to remain as a vigilante? Questions were raining down on Mark non-stop, and Mark had to try his best to not hurt anyone as he pushed the cameras and microphones away from his face. Journalists were always so annoying. This is another reason why Mark didn't want to reveal his identity in the first place. Superhumans were some of the most popular people in the world, and there was never any privacy when they were involved. Journalists and the press were always trying to get either an interview or an exclusive statement. It was too overbearing because they just didn't know when to stop. They would keep trying until they got too far. There have been situations where superhumans have become too annoyed with journalists and injured them while trying to get them away. It was probably just a small mistake since a superhuman is so strong that a simple slap would be enough to decapitate a human at once. But the media did not see it that way, and the superhuman was fined and restricted from going out in public by the NSA for a long time as punishment. As far as the media and the NSA were concerned, the humans were the weaker ones, so they deserved to be treated better than the superhumans. Mark constantly had to move microphones out of his face, and he grabbed one of the microphones and threw it behind him when a journalist constantly tried to press it against his face. Fiona and Tyler were also being asked a lot of questions, but they both ignored the press just like Mark, and the three of them finally managed to make it to the building and enter inside to get away from the journalists. It was silent inside the building, but there were many people who stopped moving once they saw Mark, and they began to point to him and murmur among themselves. The staff here were mainly humans, so they were just as awed by Mark's presence as the journalists outside. There were a few people that didn't bother to stop and stare though, and one of them walked up to the trio of superhumans and spoke to Fiona. She was a beautiful woman with large breasts and a short stature that only made her chest stand out far more than it should have. She had red hair and blue eyes, and her eyes were constantly glancing towards Mark as she spoke. She wore a business suit and a black skirt that only went down to her knees, and she carried a tablet that she was constantly looking down at when she talked. She also wore a pair of large glasses, and Mark noticed that she was always touching it while glancing at him. She would push it up or just brush her hand against it, so Mark could only assume that she had some sort of complex about it. She looked to be around 20 years old, so she must have just graduated from the university recently. Did they used to tease her about her glasses? Mark was too confused to notice that she was trying to grab his attention by what she was doing, and Mark did not even bother to give her another glance. He couldn't start thinking of what she was trying to do since his mind was too occupied thinking about what Erit could be going through. He wanted to be done with this as quickly as possible. "Madam Fiona, we've prepared a room for you all. You can come right this way. The chairman is not in the building right now, but he heard about your request, and he has given us permission to show you what you want. There will be restrictions placed on what you can see since Master Mark has not yet been registered with the NSA, but I believe we can give enough information to allow Master Mark to make a decision." The woman looked down at her clipboard again before she started to lead them away from the main reception area and deeper into the building. Mark couldn't help but notice that she was walking directly in front of him and her hips were swaying more than necessary. The woman didn't even try to hide the way that she was walking, and when they got to the room that they were meant to go into, she held the door open and glanced right at Mark. "I hope you have a pleasant meeting. If you need anything at all, please, don't hesitate to find me." The woman handed her card over to Mark, and Mark only glanced down at it for a moment before looking back at her curiously. Her suggestive tone and the things she said while looking right at him immediately made him realize what she was talking about, and Mark raised a brow as she turned and walked down the hallway while still swaying her hips like crazy. Was this some sort of joke? She was definitely trying to flirt with him, and there was no doubt that her last words were an invitation for him to find her. Mark shook his head and looked away from the woman as she turned the corner. He put her card in his pocket and decided that he would forget about it. This was something that he had never experienced before, so it was a big surprise for him. Were all superhumans treated like this? When he was a vigilante, no one ever tried something like this with him. Unimaginative slut. It will do you good to ignore people like her. There are a lot of them in the world of superhumans, and they will all want a piece of you since you are so powerful. You might bite off more than you can chew if you are not careful, little brother. You might bite off more than you can chew if you are not careful, little brother. Fiona said this as she walked into the room, and Mark could only wonder why the hell she was calling him her little brother all of a sudden. He hasn't even spoken to her before today. Fiona hated the way women always threw themselves at the superhuman males whenever they saw them, and she was going to have to give that woman a talking to later on. The superhuman males were the epitome of what masculinity was, so Fiona could understand that some of the women couldn't help themselves, but there were limits. How can you blatantly flirt with someone you know is still only a high schooler? Do you have no shame? Fiona is right, they will never stop throwing themselves at you, and they can get very annoying when they try too hard. But do not worry, there are some fun ones out there. Taylor patted Mark on the shoulder as he passed and said this, and Mark could see how Fiona turned around and glared at Taylor in anger once she heard it as well. Fiona started to reprimand Taylor, and Taylor just raised his hand and said he was only joking. But from the look he gave Mark, Mark could tell that the bastard was definitely not joking. Mark just shook his head as he accepted this strange side of the superhuman world. In a way, he wished he could have stayed anonymous for a little while longer. The inside of the room was almost like an interrogation room. There was a large table in the middle of the room, and 4 chairs were arranged around the table, 3 on one side and 1 on the other side. There was a man already sitting on one of the chairs. He wore a suit, and his black hair was gelled back to reveal his smooth angular face. Mark couldn't feel the strength that he felt from Fiona and Taylor in the man, but Mark could tell that the man was also a superhuman. He was probably an E rank or maybe a D rank that was only in charge of handling minor problems around the office. The man invited Fiona and Taylor to join him on that side while Mark went to sit on the other side of the table. Mark could only feel like he was in a police station, and they were about to start asking him questions. He didn't feel uncomfortable facing the 3 of them, but he knew that the man was trying to intimidate him, and it irritated him. He decided that he would just go through with this so he could learn more about that island since they seemed to have more information on it than Pat. The man that was sitting in between Fiona and Taylor introduced himself as Gray. He told Mark that he was a D-rank superhuman and he was the researcher in charge of handling the dissemination of information regarding the island. He didn't shake Mark's hand, and he spoke with a professional tone that automatically created a distance between himself and Mark. It was like he was trying to make it clear that he was a higher rank than Mark even though Mark was stronger than him, and Mark should give him respect. Mark just folded his hands and sat back with a bored look in his eyes. If the man didn't start talking soon, Mark was going to leave. That island is something that we have been watching for a long time now. We don't know everything about the island, but what we do know is that it is far more dangerous than we first thought. But before anything else, we have to first evaluate your eligibility to receive this information. We already know you are of a high enough rank since you must be at least a high-level A rank to be able to defeat a Calamity class. But we also need to know who your patron god is as well as the blessing that you received. These things will tell us whether or not you can be given the information. Honestly, the man did not need this information at all. Both Fiona and Taylor knew that the man did not need this information, but they both stayed silent since this was just how things were done in the NSA. The NSA liked to keep track of every superhuman, and they would always need to know who the patron god of the superhumans was along with their blessing. Mark kept his heavy gaze on the man once the man said this, and the man gazed right back at Mark with equal intensity. Mark didn't know how things were done here, but he didn't feel comfortable telling anyone about his system. Mark knew that it would be a great advantage for him to keep his system a secret, and he would rather not tell them about it. So Mark just made up a fake power and told them about that. His powers weren't as flashy as fire or lightning, so he didn't need to tell them the truth for them to believe him. I have the ability to gain extra power the more enemies I kill. The amount of power I gain depends on the strength of the enemy and the amount of effort I put into killing it. I don't know my patron god. Comment from GOG, you're really denying me, Mark. After everything I've done for you. You ungrateful virgin mortal bastard. Mark felt his eye twitch as he read what Sozin sent to him through his system and quickly closed it with a thought while ignoring the childish god. Mark knew that Sozin wasn't really angry. If Sozin was angry, then there wouldn't be such a response, and the message from Sozin would sound far more threatening. Sozin was literally just having fun. The other 3 people in the room were not as amused by what Mark said as Sozin was, and his words put them into deep contemplation as they all thought about what sort of power he had. They all immediately recognized that Mark's power was very impressive, and there was a feeling of desperation in Fiona as she wanted to get Mark to join her guild now more than ever. There was only one other person in the world who could claim to have a power that was as ambiguous as Mark, and that person was one of the strongest S ranks in Japan. She was a woman blessed by the god of war, and she had the power to grow in strength as she fought against stronger enemies. The stronger her enemy, the more power she could bring out from within. There hasn't been a single battle that she has lost because she has been able to match her enemies blow for blow every time and outlast them. Her name was Megumi Yoshida, and she was known as the Battle Angel of Japan. Is Mark also blessed by the god of war? That could be the reason why he can gain power as he kills. Gray could only think like this as he looked at Mark with new eyes. Mark was no longer someone who was just strong. Mark was now someone that the NSA would want under their wing at any cost. Gray leaned forward and spoke in a grave tone. You say that you do not know your patron god, but how can I know that you are not lying? Something like that is a big deal, and the NSA cannot just trust you without first finding out who is giving you your powers. But there is another way. The NSA will be more willing to help you if you are ready to take on our flag and become a core member of the association. I am sure this will not only be good for you but also for your missing friend. After all, you want to save her at any cost, right? Joining the NSA will make us more motivated to help you since you will be one of our own. Slam. Crash. Wow, you've really done it now. Wow, you've really done it now. Fiona could only say this as she watched the look of intense anger spread across Mark's face. Fiona knew that Gray was already saying too much and it would not end well for him. She was not surprised by the anger that Mark was showing now. Mark has been listening to Gray right from the beginning. At first, Mark only thought that Gray was a little annoying. He didn't care that Gray didn't believe him about his patron god, and he wasn't going to bother trying to explain himself. But the more Gray spoke, the more the anger inside him kept growing until Gray finally said something about Erit. Mark slammed his fist on the table, and it came crashing down to the floor like it was made of styrofoam. Even Tyler could feel the great amount of anger radiating off Mark. When Mark spoke, it sent a shiver through Gray's body from how intense it was. Hey, you fucking cockroach, are you threatening me right now? Are you threatening me with my friend's life? Do you think that I won't tear your mouth apart just because you're a member of the NSA? I fucking dare you to say her name one more time. Gray's throat felt extremely dry and he had to swallow nervously as he saw Mark's gaze becoming murderous. Maybe he went too far in trying to recruit Mark. Sorry. Perhaps I went too far right now. I shouldn't have tried to use that as a recruiting strategy. If you'll let me start over again. No. Get out. Mark said this in a final tone and Gray's mouth snapped shut as he ran a hand through his hair. He would have tried to argue, but he knew that he was not in a position to try and stand his ground. Gray knew that if Mark hit him here, then he would definitely be visiting the ER. Even if Gray was superhuman, he was nothing compared to Mark. Gray looked from Fiona to Tyler, and he noticed how both of them were just ignoring him and allowing Mark to do whatever he wanted. Why would Fiona try to help him? Fiona was interested in Mark and she wanted to try and recruit him into her Artemis Guild later, so why should she help the NSA to recruit him? Fiona was not going to stop Gray from trying to recruit Mark since she still wanted a good relationship with the NSA, but that doesn't mean she needed to bail him out when he does something as stupid as this. Gray was on his own and he could only swallow his pride and pack up his books. Gray knew he was going to get a serious warning from his boss later because of how he handled this situation. I apologize once more. Another representative will come to speak to you and show you the information that you wanted to see. I never intended to sour your relationship with the NSA. Immediately after saying this, Gray left the room, and Mark leaned back and sighed silently as he let go of his anger. Fiona only chuckled slightly as she appreciated how Mark handled the situation. Mark might be a teenager, but he was definitely not a pushover. Most superhumans would either agree to what Gray said or they would get so angry that they would immediately attack Gray, but Mark was able to control his anger and only told Gray to get out. That showed a lot of restraint from Mark, and now Fiona wanted him in her guild even more than before. But Fiona still held back from saying anything about recruiting him as she spoke. Very impressive. That was quite a lot of restraint from you to not attack that man. It will not be so bad having someone like you on my side, a little brother that I could dote over as much as he wanted. Potential danger has been neutralized. Mark glanced at his system as another prompt came up, telling him that Fiona was once again trying to use her blessing on him, and he eyed her with an irritated look on his face. Why was she so adamant to get inside his head and make him into her little brother? Was it some sort of fetish that she had? Or was it something related to her blessing that gave her more control over people? She has become more and more subtle with the way she tried to use her blessing on him, and it was starting to piss Mark off. Fiona blinked as she saw the irritated look on Mark's face, and she immediately figured that Mark was not under her influence this time either. But this time, there was something different. At first, Fiona thought that Mark could just repel her blessing, and she assumed that she only needed to be more subtle about how she used her blessing so that he would not notice at all, but she was wrong. It wasn't that Mark could only repel her blessing, it was like Mark knew exactly when she used her blessing, and he was able to tell when she tried to put him under her influence even if it was barely noticeable. How irritating. Fiona's pride took a big hit as she realized this, and she huffed internally. She has never seen anyone that could withstand her blessing when it was that subtle. Fiona could put subtle suggestions into people's heads and make them do whatever she wanted. If she was subtle enough, then they would never even know that they were under her control. They would just think that they were doing what they always wanted to do. But Fiona couldn't do that to Mark, and it pissed her off. Stop trying to get inside my head. It's starting to piss me off. Next time you try something like that, we will settle it the old-fashioned way. And I will not hold back just because you are a woman. Mark said this to Fiona while turning towards the door as another person entered, and Fiona immediately understood what Mark meant by the old-fashioned way. Was Mark really thinking of fighting her? She had no intention of doing that, and she huffed like a child and crossed her legs before folding her hands under her large breasts and making it bounce slightly as she turned away from Mark in annoyance. You're not cute at all, little brother. Who wouldn't be happy being one of my underlings and serving my every whim? I'll take care of you so much you'll think you're in heaven. Fiona could only say this as she turned away, but she didn't try to get into Mark's head anymore. Fiona knew that trying to get into his head again was only going to antagonize him, and she didn't want him to be too angry with her so that when she tried to get him to join her guild, he would at least think about it. And also, Fiona knew already that in a straight fight between her and Mark, he would fuck her up. Fiona wasn't a physically established superhuman. She was strong, but she couldn't compare to the likes of Tyler or Mark in physical abilities. She depended more on her ability to make her enemy let down their guard when she got inside their head. It would be a disaster to fight Mark when she couldn't even use her blessing on him. Fiona wouldn't stand a chance if she fought against Mark when she knew that her blessing wouldn't work against him. I heard from Mr. Gray that there was a need for a replacement since there was a small problem. I'm Millicent with 1L. It's a pleasure to meet you superhumans. Especially you, Mr. Mark Vanitas. The woman who entered the room after Gray left finally spoke when she noticed that Fiona and Mark were no longer talking. She was a tall woman with modest assets and a slight athletic build. She wore a business suit with long black pants that hugged her legs beautifully, and her entire demeanor gave off a very professional vibe. Fiona immediately recognized Millicent as one of the C-rank superhumans who was a direct assistant to the president of the company. Fiona raised a brow as Millicent failed to introduce herself properly, and she just decided not to say anything. Fiona was sure that the president was the one who sent Millicent here for a reason, and she would only sit back and watch what they were trying to do this time. As Millicent spoke, she looked down at the table that was broken in the middle of the room, typed something into her phone, and made a call to someone outside the room. A few seconds later, a man entered the room with a new table over his shoulders. He dropped the table to the ground and carried the broken table away with him before closing the door. The man that just left was a superhuman handyman in charge of handling all the broken tools and equipment in the NSA, so carrying the table alone was easy for him. Once he was gone, Millicent walked up to the side wall and spoke professionally. Now then, shall we begin? Mark nodded to Millicent, and she smiled and gestured to the ceiling with her hand. The light in the room dimmed, and Mark saw the wall glow before a large screen was projected on it from a small projector hidden in the ceiling. The first thing that showed up on the screen was a large map of the world before it slowly started to zoom into the continent of America and finally panned out until it was hovering over a single island close to City A. 1 year ago, some researchers that were trying to track the movement of anima in and around America noticed a strange phenomenon occurring close to this island. Various heat signatures were congregating towards it, and we thought at first that these were humans. But further investigation showed us that these were not in fact humans. They were anima heat signatures, and they were all moving towards the island as a single unit. There are no humans on the island as far as we know, so there was no sensible reason for the anima to want to go there. We decided that we would wait longer and see what the reason for this migration could be. But this proved to be a mistake. As time went on, we started to notice signs of organized activity from the anima that went to this island. They all started to build. But they weren't building over the ground, instead, they were digging tunnels that went deep into the island and started to create pathways underground for them to move through. It was as though they had become a part of a larger society, something like an ant colony. The NSA sent a small group of 3A rank and 5B rank superhumans to the island, hoping to find the reason behind this strange behavior. But even though the superhumans we sent had some of the strongest stealth-based blessings, they were immediately detected by the anima and eliminated. Mark narrowed his eyes as some images of the stealth team before and after the anima found them were shown. They were completely torn apart by the anima, but the anima didn't seem to have eaten them at all, and they started to carry the torn human flesh into the tunnel underground. What in the world are they doing with those pieces? Mark immediately became worried that the anima would do the same thing to Erit. Would they rip her apart like this? But the only thing that calmed Mark's anxiety was the fact that his system mission was still active and it would not be active unless Erit was alive. Mark shook this thought out of his head as he went back to listening to Millicent's explanation. After the failed expedition, we decided that we would set up a more elite team of superhumans involving members from various guilds. The Artemis Guild is one of the guilds that have offered to provide support, and in all, we have amassed a force of more than 20 A ranks and 3 S ranks along with many other B ranks. Based on recent emergencies, we estimate that there is more than one country-level calamity on the island along with many other disaster-class monsters. We already accounted for the calamities by including Fiona and Tyler in the raid, but just to be sure we also added in 3S ranks to prepare for any unpredictable occurrences. We believe that the anima on that island were more interested in making their colony than they were in killing humans, so we didn't think we had to rush anything, but the recent attacks on City A have changed that thought, and we now know that something has to be done. We are likely going to start the operation very soon. Mark listened to all this silently, and through all of this, he couldn't help but wonder if they were wrong. How can they be sure that the monsters on that island won't be stronger than they predicted? They were only going to that island based on the assumption that the S ranks were stronger than any anima they could encounter. What would you do if the superhumans you send are not strong enough to handle the monsters on that island? Shouldn't you involve other guilds and ask for their help? A sour look crossed over Millicent's face once she heard Mark say this. Mark didn't know if it was because of what he said regarding their research or if she was angry about him advising her to talk to other guilds. In the short time that he has been here, Mark could tell that the NSA did not play nice with other guilds. It seemed like they only tolerated their presence for some reason. Mark waited to see what Millicent would say, and once she spoke, Mark realized that she was annoyed about everything that came out of his mouth. We have done extensive research regarding the possible monsters that would appear on the island. Researchers and superhumans died in order to bring us substantial information during their last trip, so I would appreciate it if you didn't undermine our work for the sake of your curiosity. Mark shrugged at this and Millicent continued. And with regards to the other guilds, this mission was open for all guilds to accept. There were no restrictions placed on it, and we even sent out written letters to the heads of various guilds. The Athena Guild was the only one that responded. According to the others, they required more financial compensation for the risk involved. We do not need such fools who are not aware of the dangers faced by the people of the city. She has a very sharp tongue. Mark chuckled as this thought filtered through his mind, and he could only nod along as Millicent continued to talk. Mark knew that the NSA had every right to be spiteful with regards to the other guilds not accepting to join the mission, but Mark just hoped that they weren't allowing their anger to cloud their sensibility. If the superhumans go to that island and the monsters there turn out to be much stronger than initially estimated, then there is no way anyone would be coming back alive. If the superhumans go to that island and the monsters there turn out to be much stronger than initially estimated, then there is no way anyone would be coming back alive. But that is none of my business. I am only going there for Erit after all. Mark leaned back and continued to listen as Millicent pointed out another spot on the map. We plan to give a beacon to the weaker members of the team to allow them to call for help if they are in trouble. That way, stronger members who are not busy will be able to move towards the weaker ones and aid them. Slam! The door leading to the room suddenly crashed open and everyone turned to look at it in surprise. There was an old man standing there in a full suit. The old man was heavily built and immediately Mark saw him, Mark knew that this man was a superhuman. There was no doubt about it. The old man had a wide grin on his face that made him look like a crazy person as he grabbed his shirt and ripped it open. Rip! Mark was shocked by this, and he thought that the man was insane. Why the hell are you taking off your shirt once you enter a room? Are you some sort of stripper?